Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, all of them, like Apple Podcasts is a pretty good one. I think that's where a lot of the people find the show, Apple Podcast later. And you can leave us a review if you want. Say something nice. Say something mean. Don't really care. Just make it 5 stars. And you can do that at Apple Podcast. And then, of course, YouTube. What do we have? 20,000 people check out Jeff Passan yesterday on YouTube. Close to that, we're watching Mike McDonald as well. My God, I can't believe how many people find the show on video that way. It just blows me away. And sincere thank you to everybody who does it. It does make me feel like I should step up my wardrobe game a little bit. But on the other hand, like, I don't really get paid for all the people that watch YouTube. So, like, if I did, I guess I'd put some of that money into wardrobe, but, like, I don't. So, you know, for now, just thank you for viewing in addition to listening. And, hey, we'll see where it takes us. You know, maybe one day I'll have a fancy wardrobe like G. Although now even G is divesting himself of his wardrobe and wants to just wear black shirts every day.
That's weirding me out.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's had some sort of lobotomy or something, but it'll change. Don't worry. Give it a month more. He'll be on to something else, and somebody will point him in a different direction and wind him up and let him go, and he'll be on to something else. So I'm not too worried about all that. And then I always mention 97.3 HD2 as well. Great spot locally to listen because crystal clear, high definition radio, does not have any of the background noise and buzz or any of that static from AM. It really sounds great. So 97.3 HD2, another good way to interact with the station. Oh, man, how is everybody doing today? I think yesterday we kind of knew, right, what everybody was feeling. It was rough. It was sad. There was anger. Lyle was morose. I'm hoping that he's in a little bit better spirits today. Lyle, I kind of want to do a little therapy with you or something, but how are you doing today? Have you processed a little bit?
I mean, better than yesterday. I don't think we're all the way there.
Well, no, I wouldn't expect all the way there. I mean, it's going to take some time for that wound to heal. But I mean, yesterday I was worried about you. Like that, you sort of felt like somebody had passed away in your life. It wasn't that bad, hopefully. What were you feeling yesterday? Can you start to at least just process it? Not with, you don't have to get angry.
I mean, yesterday it was just kind of sound effects when you talked to him.
Right.
Can you form words to express yourself today?
Somewhat. Again, it's baby steps.
Well, give me a couple. Give me a couple baby steps. Tell me how you're feeling. People want to know. I get a lot of people wondering. You are as passionate a Mariner fan as anyone I know. Why don't you give me a little bit of how you're feeling? Are you? What is the most prevailing emotion? Is it sadness or anger?
I guess sadness.
So you're really just sad. Sad that it's over, or sad that you weren't able to experience the next level?
The latter. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's not so much, oh my God, it's over, because you know it's coming back. That's the way baseball works. It's cyclical. And, by February, you'll be, 100% excited and at spring training in Peoria, the whole deal. So it's more just that you didn't get to experience one more, or it's really probably 2 more levels of success. Is it possible to stop and kind of be not grateful, that's not the right word, because unfortunately that's a little too close to what Jerry used a few years ago, but appreciate the multiple levels of fun and success that the team did have?
I think it's going to take some time. I mean, yes, obviously this is by the book the best season they ever had, but to really appreciate it, I think it's still going to take some time.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. To me, there's obviously a lot of disappointment, a lot of anger, frustration, sadness, whatever emotion you tend to feel the most. It's incredibly appropriate. I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel, yourself included. All of those things I think are really relevant today. And it, maybe even gets amped up a little bit as we go through all of the sound that we have in our system. And it's like one after another of various analysts and former players and writers, everybody just kind of coming together to say they just don't understand some of the decision making in the 7th inning. I mean, Who do you want to hear from? You want to hear from Passan? You want to hear from Eric Hosmer? You want to hear from Ryan Dempster? You want to hear from Ryan Divish? You want to hear from, I mean, like, I got cuts for days of just one analyst after another pouring it on and just saying, you just can't do that. And they all have slightly different reasons why. That's going to sting for a while. But the good news is, you know, pointing at one decision, to me, is a sign that the team was that close. And I did write about it a little bit last night. If you have a couple of minutes, you can go to seattlesports.com. There is a comparison to the 2012 Seahawks. There is a comparison to the 2003 Red Sox. But what makes those stories so easy to talk about is what happened next. And the Red Sox went out and made some real significant moves to improve themselves, got better, won it in 2004. And we know what the Seahawks did, and they went out and got Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett and improved themselves and came back and were the best team in the league and won it pretty handily in 2013. Like, you gotta take the moment, take the anger, take the frustration, but also feel the closeness. They were that close. They weren't beaten up and discarded by the Blue Jays. That's why I can't handle some of this philosophical mumbo jumbo. Like, they were not destroyed by the Blue Jays. They were one swing away. That is not the same thing. At the end of the day, in terms of how you feel about the season, yes, both are failures. Cal was right yesterday. And in that regard, if you're looking at it from, hey, was the season a success or not? No, they didn't reach their ultimate goal. There was a failure that ended the season. I'm not trying to ignore that. But if you look at where your team is, where you're at in a life cycle, what's possible to come next, if you had gotten just beat up, battered, and destroyed by the Blue Jays, yeah, I'd be right here being like, geez, okay, they were not as good as I thought they were. You got an issue that you got to try to figure out and ask a lot of questions about the future of the team. But they weren't. They were a swing away, which, according to almost every single, analyst and smart person in baseball, was not even the right person in the game at the time. That is not a team that is woefully behind the Toronto Blue Jays or anybody else in the American League.
Well, is there anything to say for what was coming next had they won? Because if you're trying to get to the mountaintop, you essentially have to dethrone the Monstars.
I think we got to see what happens. I mean, let's wait and see what happens with Toronto. If Toronto beats the Dodgers, are you going to sit there and be like, oh, the Mariners are so far away from the Dodgers? Transitive property would say no. I don't know. Everyone kind of has that problem in baseball, though. Like, if the Dodgers just dominate the Blue Jays, that's a problem that 29 teams in baseball have. And as much as I can sit here and say, I don't think payroll is the number one concern, or certainly was not in the series against the Blue Jays. If one team is spending close to $400 million, yes, at that point, payroll does become, I think, a pretty large concern for everybody. And that's a battle that no one can fight other than, I guess, the Mets. So I don't know. Yeah, it's a fair question, Lyle. I don't know the answer to that one yet, but yeah, I think I do leave today with some level of confidence in terms of where the team is at, because I think so much of the blame for that one moment just goes to the decision that was made leading up to it. I'll play you more of Passan here in a little bit, but I think this cut probably summed it up as well as any of them. Hold on, where was it? Which I have so much sound in here. I've got to find the right one. Here you go. This is probably a good one.
It was a distinct lack of acknowledging the leverage of the situation, and frankly, a sort of move that I would think a manager would have made 10 or 15 years ago. But
he goes on from there, and it's actually very similar. I like this cut here. I might play it again later from Eric Hosmer on MLB Network that I think is very similar. You hear Jeff say, recognizing the leverage of the situation.
So to me, Matty, that was right there for Wilson saying, okay, I'm going to let Wu go until it's time to get Munoz. But the mistake there, in my opinion, was you got to identify the heart of the lineup for Toronto. Springer and Vlad Jr. Those are guys that you cannot let beat you. And to me,
I don't need to even play you the rest. He's absolutely right. It's an identification process. This is the heart of the lineup. For some teams, it's 1-3. For other teams, it's 3-4. I remember Scott telling me about how they would do this with the A's back when the A's were pretty good with Chapman and Olsen and some of the other guys that were there at the time. And he said, yeah, we go into every series and say, okay, who's the one person we can't let beat us? Who is it? And who are the pitchers that we want to face that guy in those moments? I don't know whether that's what they did, but if the identification process was it has to be George Springer and Vlad Guerrero. And if one of the identification processes was we want Bizzardo a third time against Springer, then that's a mistake made in preparation. If you didn't take the time to identify what you want to do in those situations ahead of time, then that's also a mistake in preparation. If you had identified it and for whatever reason didn't think Andres Munoz was the right person there, I don't know what to say. I mean, I would really need to see some evidence that speaks to that. And even if that was true, I'd still probably go back to what Mark DeRosa said.
In that spot, I just know for me, if I'm going down for the year, it's going to be Wu, my top starter, or Munoz on the mound.
Yeah, I agree with him on that as well. You want to go down with your best, not your fifth best, sixth best. I mean, and that's not a shot at Bizzardo. Poor guy. And he did an unbelievable job this year. But how many pitchers are available on your roster that you think are better pitchers than Bizzardo in that moment? Probably 4 or 5 at least. So, all of that is frustrating. Doesn't make you feel better about what happened on Monday night, nor should it. But I do take some level of hope for what it means for the future, that you've got a good nucleus that needs to be tweaked a little bit, but has the opportunity to build and go from there. And we'll talk more about that today. We'll give you everything you need to know next. We'll let you hear more from Passan. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry banana to sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. You'll get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a day later, does it feel any better? Probably not. But for me anyway, there is at least an ability to start to look a little bit more fondly on what was accomplished this season, where the organization can go from here. It was a remarkable season. 90 wins, second seed in the American League, first ALCS appearance in 21 years, the rise of a superstar, certainly in Cal Raleigh, the discovery of some young, talented players that I think many believe could take the team to the next level. There will be some challenges to getting over this moment. I don't know if it's going to be, the Seahawks on the 1-yard line in 2014, but they were really close to getting somewhere they never been before.
It's the hardest part of this whole thing to reconcile. It is going to be an eternal what if. What if Munoz came into that game, punched out George Springer, got out of the situation, or even, he gave up a single, and it's tied, and there's still life. And this team that went 15 innings the last time that it needed to win a game has the chance to do that again and knows what that feels like. It's different playing from behind. I'll say that much.
That's all true. Unfortunately, we'll never know. So you move into the offseason mode shortly. Priority number one, very clearly, sign Josh Naylor. Brings everything the team needs, both on and off the field. seems to like it here. Ryan Dempster on with Bump and Stacy yesterday.
He brings energy. He brings excitement. You know, he plays the game all the way around from running the bases. He can hit for power. He's a run producer. He drives runs. It's tough to find guys that play first base as well as he does with that kind of athleticism, a left-handed bat. I hope he finds himself in Seattle. I think he's found himself a place that the fans love watching him play, and hopefully it's there for a long time.
Yeah, and that feeling felt pretty mutual as well, so hopefully that gets done. After that, the topics look actually oddly similar to last year. Questions in right field, throughout the infield, but this time I think one huge advantage over a year ago, the internal options look a whole lot better than they did then.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, Seahawks may have impressed us. Didn't think that it would impress the national media much, and it did not. Somehow managed to fall a spot in ESPN's power rankings. They go down to number 9, despite what I thought was a pretty convincing win against a solid team. Yeah, they made a couple mistakes, but they were very clearly the better team in that game. Isn't that what power rankings are supposed to take into account? Well, they managed to fall down to number 9. It's too bad. There's a lot of really fun stories on this team right now. One guy that I enjoyed asking Mike McDonald about yesterday was Jaron Reed.
Well, first of all, he's a complete D tackle, so he can do everything you ask. I mean, it's not like he's not just a third down, 3 technique rush. He can play the A gap when you need him to. He can play 5. He can play all across the front, which gives us some versatility with those guys, which is great. Pass rush wise, also, like, not only is he a good one-on-one rusher, he can push the pocket when he gets 2 guys on him, but he's also a good game runner. So like all those things apply. And the thing that sticks out to me is like this guy, he is responsible for like just the attitude of the team going into games on what the standard is. So he's kind of an enforcer on that level. But obviously the guys love him, and and he's himself, but he's a heck of a leader too.
I mean, that's a pretty cohesive, just fully encompassing answer on what it is that Jaron Reed does. We also got to learn a little bit more about some of their sayings. We learned about the death zone, and yes, we learned a little bit more about what mob ties are.
You have to have that mentality. Again, when something isn't, when one guy needs to be picked up over another, one phase over another, you got to be able to have that, stick togetherness. We haven't always had that here, as me as a head coach. And so it's great that that's where we're at.
Yeah, so mob ties, an acronym for mission over bull. There's another word in there, but mission over bull. Okay. I definitely took it to mean something to do with ties to the mafia, but apparently I got some sideways looks for that one. Yeah, very clearly took some exception to that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Not the first time, Maura. Probably won't be the last either. Tough night again for the Kraken. Never really got it going in D.C. 4-1 loss. Jaden Schwartz scoring the lone goal. Berkeley Catton, though, did earn a little more ice time. That's nice. Matt Murray made his debut in net. Didn't play particularly well. Gave up 3 goals. They're off today, flying to Winnipeg, and they'll play the final game of this trip there tomorrow. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Want to make sure that anybody who didn't get to hear Jeff Passan does. He was awesome. Jeff just really, again, very coherently expressed what I think so many saw and thought during that game, and really tied it all together very well with a message of understanding, one of hope for the future, and some very specific items that I think everyone should hear. So stick around. Jeff Passan coming up next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and there was a crazy amount of fog driving in this morning, and obviously some of that comes from the cool weather overnight. Oh, man, it did get cold, and it's going to get a whole lot colder here over the next couple of weeks and months. If that causes a problem inside your house and your heating bill is on the rise, might just be an insulation problem. So you got to call Crawl Pros, get them to come out and take a full look inside your crawl space and attic. If they find that either you have failing insulation, not enough, or maybe even none at all, Well, they can fix the problem. They'll give you a quote, and then you can figure out, how you want to handle it from there. The good news is for PSE customers, if your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to get a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate that crawl space and attic. Yeah, 95%. But you got to act now. Many of these rebates end at the end of the year, including federal incentives. So let Crawl Pros come out and get your home properly insulated right now. If you are worried about critters, mold, water damage, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, you got to call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up to play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Lanes along SR 167 without a good-to-go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A good-to-go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
For over 50 years, they redefined rock. The spirit lives on. lead. Fleifson, celebrate 50 years of Rush. 50-something tour, Saturday, October 10th. Climate Pledge Arena. Buy pre-sale tickets for City Card members Friday at 12 p.m. through Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Before the general public on sale Friday, October 31st at 12 p.m. Get tickets at rush.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike McDonald coming up an hour from now at 9:30 as the Seahawks at least salvaged some of the day yesterday with a win last night. But unfortunately, the story, of course, this morning, the Mariners falling in Game 7 after building a 3-1 lead that they lose in the 7th inning. Jeff Passan from ESPN every Tuesday, and that includes today. Jeffrey, good morning. How and where are you?
I am well, and I am in Kansas City right now, actually.
Okay, so you weren't there last night. You were watching. What did you think happened? Why aren't the Mariners in the World Series today?
The Mariners not in the World Series for a number of reasons, and we can go back to previous games and missed opportunities and starting pitching foibles and bullpen maneuvers that didn't go correctly, and that latter category is really, to me, what sealed Game 7. And it is a decision, the one to bring in Edward Bizzardo, that is going to haunt this franchise until it makes and wins its World Series. Because while I understand wanting to go to a reliever there after Brian Wu gave up a pair of hits to start the inning, you had one of the best closers in baseball waiting. You had him on 2 days rest. You had him capable of going multiple innings. You had 8 outs to get to the World Series. And I'm sorry, but when you've got 8 outs and a bullpen that includes Andres Munoz, Matt Brash, Gabe Spire, and others, you do not use Edward Bizzardo in that situation, regardless of how many times you have used him in the 7th inning before. It was a distinct lack of acknowledging the leverage of the situation and, frankly, a sort of move that I would think a manager would have made 10 or 15 years ago. But the vast majority of managers these days understand that sometimes the most important outs in the game are not in the 9th inning, they're in the 7th. And in this case, getting those outs and bringing in a strikeout pitcher and somebody who has not faced George Springer all series, as opposed to someone who had faced him multiple times already, would have been the right thing to do. But Dan Wilson did not do it, and the Mariners are paying with the end of their season.
Do you want to hear Dan's answer as to why? Did you hear any of that?
I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. I don't agree with it. And it's easy for me to be sitting here from the comfort of my couch and not in the moment, understanding everything and saying that it was the right thing. I just don't think the logic holds up very well. And I think Ryan Divish did a fantastic job in his story in the Seattle Times today of breaking down everything. And, you know, Dan Wilson said he wanted a different look. And that's fine. I totally understand a different look, but your different look has to be different. It just cannot be the same guy who brought in, a guy who, at the end of the day, as much as Edward Bizzardo did this year and as good as he was, you cannot lose a game without your best guy in there. And that's what the Mariners did, plain and simple.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of that, and we've been having some of that conversation here this morning. Let's try to play devil's advocate for a moment. I'll take the other side. Bear in mind that I've kind of been saying exactly what you've been saying this morning, but let me play the other side. Is it possible that some of those other arms weren't in as good a shape heading into that you're looking at it and you get your report from the bullpen and they say, hey, Munoz may not have pitched yesterday, but
he's throwing 96 and he's not going to have. I mean, is it possible that they have some more information that we don't?
Absolutely, it's possible. That being said, in no universe do I look at a good Edward Bizzardo on the same level as an okay Andres Munoz. I'm always going to go with the guy who has been there in the toughest situations in the past. And I just look, if Andres Munoz comes in and does what he did in the 8th inning, gives up back-to-back singles. The game is tied. There are still runners on first and third. It's a hairy situation at this point. But at least you went down with your best guy pitching in the most important spot. That, to me, is the most egregious part of this whole thing. It's that when you were presented with a scenario that could make or break your season, you did not go with a guy who you want to be in there when your season can be made or broken.
Is it possible that decision was not just Dan's?
Who else's would it be?
Just, we hear a lot going into these games that this is the way it's going to be set up, and this is the way these pockets are going to go, and this is, the direction I want you to go, and making some of those decisions. Is it possible that it is an organizational decision at that point?
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know that for certain, but the organization relies on the manager to make the best decision in a particular moment. And the manager needs support. He needs support from Manny Acta, his bench coach. He needs support from Pete Woodworth. He needs support from Trent Blank, the pitching coach and pitching strategist. Like, all of them have ideas, and I don't know how much Dan Wilson is listening or taking into account those ideas, but there need to be voices there that make the best decisions. And it's hard. Like, it's really hard in the moment to know and to understand what the right thing to do is. This one didn't seem very hard to me.
You know what this comes down to, Jeff? It's a term that we use in football a lot, and this is where I do think the two sports intersect. They don't many times. They're totally different XY axis, but this would be the middle point of it. Everything I hear you saying. And I've said this myself, as many analysts do up in the booth in big moments. Players, not place. Players, not place. Don't give me the cutest little scheme. Don't give me what you think is the greatest play in the world. Get the ball to my best player in this moment. And I think I hear you saying that pretty clearly here with Munoz.
Yeah, I think that covers it perfectly, actually. And that's the hardest part of this whole thing to reconcile. It is going to be an eternal what if. What if Munoz came into that game, punched out George Springer, got out of the situation, or even, hell, he gave up a single, and it's tied, and there's still life. And this team that went 15 innings the last time that it needed to win a game has the chance to do that again, and knows what that feels like. It's different playing from behind. I'll say that much. When you have 6 outs left and you have a run to score, the pressure is on every single pitch, and we saw it in the 9th inning. I mean, Jeff Hoffman, who had thrown 35 pitches the day before and who was back out there in the highest leverage moment, struck out the side. And you just don't see the Mariners, especially the guys who punched out. Leo Rivas does not strike out a lot. I suppose he did yesterday, but Julio Rodriguez does. But man, the pitches that he was swinging out there, it was a really, especially with Cal Raleigh on deck, it was a really unfortunate way to end the season, because all he had to do was take, and suddenly there's base runner there, and you have no idea what's going to happen, but the guy that you want at the plate is going to be the one who's coming up.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and I would, it's hard to kill Julio after the game. I mean, he was half the reason they had those runs with the double and the home run.
I was going to say, I don't sit here and blame Julio Rodriguez for this. Julio, like, if you go and look at this series, guys, Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, and Josh Naylor were all awesome. I think there were 5 players in both LCSs who had OPSs of over 1,000, and 3 of them were Mariners.
Wow.
So
that's amazing.
they got production out of their best players, and you love to see that, but
they did not with the other role players, right? I mean, that's the thing about Toronto is, my goodness gracious,
their role players stepped up. The Mariners role players did not.
They're so deep, and it's guys like Ernie Clement who can get you to World Series as much as the Julio Rodriguez's and Cal Raleighs of the world. It's Nathan Lucas, and it's just 1 through 9 what the Blue Jays have. It's really impressive, and you guys saw it. The way they put the ball in play, man. Like, it's a thing, and I think it's a thing to the extent that it scares the Dodgers a little bit. And I'm not sure how much of what the Mariners do would have scared the Dodgers. Maybe the capability of their starting pitching. Certainly the Raleigh-Rodriguez combination at the top of the lineup. Those things would have gone a long way. But the Blue Jays, they play wonderful fundamental baseball. They catch it. They put the ball in play, and they've got thunder in the bats. And it's a pretty rare combination of skills, actually, that they have, and the reason that today they are the American League champions.
It's funny, and looking at some of the guys, I was saying this earlier, at the bottom of the lineup, they're 7-8-9 versus the Mariners 7-8-9 during the regular season. Mariners guys had better numbers, better OPS plus across the board. All 3 Mariners had higher OPS than all 3 of the Blue Jays guys, but obviously did not look that way here in the ALCS. So help me with something, Jeff. Brock will tell you, my wife will tell you, I'm a verbal processor. So sometimes I need to talk through ideas in order to get to a conclusion. So as you were talking and throughout the morning this morning, it's kind of gotten me thinking about something. So help me kind of work through this. You said about the decision to go to Bizzardo that it was a move that would have been made 10 or 15 years ago. I tend to agree with you. As I think about the Mariners and a lot of their philosophy, I wonder if I'm watching a team that is caught in between modern and older philosophies and trying to find the right balance between them. Certainly over the last 7 games, I heard John Smoltz give a treatise on the importance of playing baseball the way it used to be played back when he played, and the importance of not striking out. I don't know that I agree with him, but the Mariners do strike out a lot, and they hit a lot of home runs, and they walk a lot. In fact, they've walked more than anyone else in the postseason. But there's this idea that, hey, they bunted in the 2nd inning. Like, that to me is a version of baseball from the 1980s. But you're putting that in, and if you're doing it all the time and you've got the right players to do it, I guess I understand. But they don't. They've got players that are built more towards the 3 true outcome deal. You've got, trying to determine in some games it was take the pitcher out quickly, and that's what they did in this one with the starter who comes out after 4 innings. But then you don't play it in the modern way later. You go back to an older philosophy of bringing in Bizzardo rather than Munoz or Miller or whatever other option you want to go to. Is there some friction point here between old and new philosophies?
I think that there can be a marriage of it, Mike. I don't think that there necessarily has to be we are going to fully invest in this new way of thinking, or we are going to fully go to the old. Like the blend of the two, I didn't find the bunt to be particularly egregious. I thought it was going to be a low-scoring game, right? My prediction going into the game was Mariners 3, Blue Jays 2. So I was close-ish on the score.
Wow, dude, I will disagree with you for the next 2 hours if you want. Bunting to set up your 8 and 9 hitters hitting a combined 100 in the 2nd inning seems to me to be the most egregious mistake made in the game, but that's, I guess, a topic for another day. I hated the bunt.
That's fine. J.P. Crawford was also hitting like 100 in the series. And the idea that you're going to be able to get a fly ball, a run-scoring fly ball, I think is a realistic thing in that situation. But I understand it is the 8-9 hitters. That's totally fair. I personally just do not mind playing for a run if you think it's going to be a low-scoring game, especially like when you're facing the pitchers that you are. Like I just, Shane Bieber is not going to be the overwhelming dominant type of guy. And I think we saw that with the hook that he got yesterday. But going back, this reminded me, when I say 10 or 15 years ago, it reminded me of a game, I think it was in 2014. And, Ned Yost with the Royals had brought in Kelvin Herrera in a specific situation. And the game I believe was lost, and somebody asked him, I remember after the game, why did you choose Kelvin Herrera there? And he said, I don't remember it was the 6th or the 7th inning, but he said either he's our 6th inning guy or he's our 7th inning guy. In the postseason, you don't have guys who are assigned to innings. You can't. You have to look at the game as if there are 27 outs, and depending on the situation, those outs are going to be worth more or less. They are going to be of higher or lower value, and you're never going to get a higher value point than having both runners to tie the game on base in the winning run, or the go-ahead run, rather, at the plate. And that's what the Mariners had, and they made a 2015 decision.
I thought you were going to go 2016 because I've heard that comp earlier of Buck Showalter not finding a way to get Zach Britton into that game.
Yeah.
And, it's interesting, and I'll probably end up writing about this tonight as I'm talking through it. There is an element, this game could be 2003 Grady Little, and you don't go to, your relievers, and instead you leave Pedro in, and the next year, team wins the World Series. It could be the 2012 Seahawks, who were 31 seconds away from beating Atlanta, fall in horrible fashion, and the next year win the Super Bowl. It could be one of those situations. It could also be the 2017 Orioles, who went 75-87 and finished in dead last a year after not using Zach Britton in the postseason. So there doesn't seem to be a good indication of what happens next. If you are in the Mariners front office, what are you spending your offseason focusing on?
Let me just say this, and I think this is a really important thing for Mariners fans to hear today. This feels like a beginning, not an end. And we have seen teams that have dynastic aspirations reach this point and go backward. I don't see that with the Mariners, though. I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise. And look, for all that we think that Colt Emerson can be, and Johnny Farmello can be, and Kate Anderson, and Ryan Sloan, and Jerangelo St. John, and Laz Montez, and Philneen Celestin, and Michael Arroyo, and on and on and on and on. There are going to be some guys who succeed, and there are going to be some guys who fail. But the sheer number of really good prospects that the Mariners have lead me to believe that they're going to be in this position again. And I'm not saying every year it's going to be the Mariners in the ALCS the same way it's been every year the Astros are in the ALCS, but I think they're going to have, within the next 5 years, multiple cracks at it. And it's going to happen. I know it doesn't feel good today. I know it's hard to even think about when there's pain, but it is going to happen. This team is too well set up for it not to. In the meantime, though, what do they need to do? I mean, the right side of their infield, 3/4 of their infield are free agents, right? So they need to figure out who's going to be the first baseman, who's their third baseman. I suppose you could slide in Cole Young at second base, or maybe Emerson or Arroyo emerges at that spot. But, they're going to need to add at least one power bat. And I don't know if that's re-signing Josh Naylor, re-signing Eugenio Suarez, re-signing both.
I'll say this, Jeff.
If you ran this team back with a little bit extra help in the bullpen, I feel pretty damn good about things.
Yep. Yeah, I can't imagine this team in this next 5 years, though, without Naylor. And I don't think I'm prisoner to the moment. And I don't even think it's about necessarily what he does with his stealing bases or his bat or his first. I think it's about him, who
Attitude.
he is. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I don't want to imagine, honestly. I don't want to. Polanco, that would sting a little bit. Suarez, beloved. But, this is baseball, and you got reinforcements coming. I cannot imagine, Jeff, watching every game as passionately as we watch these games here and what that dude meant over the final 60 games. I just can't imagine what this looks like because they don't have anybody in the system like him that's coming up as a first baseman or anything. And I don't want to imagine what this team looks like without him.
Yeah, and it's going to cost, but the Mariners have room to pay. Yep. And I am with you wholeheartedly. He has fit hand in glove good with this team, and the skill set aligns with what the Mariners need. The position aligns with what the Mariners need. More than that, though, the attitude does. And Josh Naylor, to anyone who's watching him, is not rooting for the team whose uniform he's wearing, can be a tired act. But when he's one of those guys who, when he's on your team, damn, are you glad he is on your team?
That was Jeff Passan joining us yesterday, and I thought kind of Jeff at his best in a lot of ways, right? Able to break down what had happened the night before, able to put it into context and think about the future, able to, have the knowledge around the game to understand what's going on with Naylor and how you can, start. That is priority one. We're going to talk about priorities throughout the morning. Josh Naylor is it. Jerry and Justin and the rest of their crew, I'm sure they're going to take a couple days here, process what just happened, right? Probably, give him a couple days to wallow in it like Lyle and kind of, just work through it emotionally. I'm sure it's got to be as hard as it is for the fans. I'm sure it is equally, if not even more hard for the guys who, invest their entire life into this thing. And so, you give them a couple days. And then when they get back to work, priority one has to be Josh Naylor, right? It's got to be getting that done. And then see how everything else fits into it. Yeah, I think there does need to be some philosophical conversation about what they want to be. Do you want to be, a new school team, a modern team that is in the postseason, going away from their starters early and using the pen in a creative way? Well, if you do that, then you've got to probably throw some more resources into it, and you've got to have some level of understanding organizationally that that's how you want to play it. That's one of the things that got Arizona to the World Series a couple of years ago. If you don't want to go that way, then fine. But make sure that everybody is on, organizationally on the same page with that's how you want to do it, so that you don't end up lifting George Kirby early, but not going to your highest leverage reliever in a later situation where you needed him. And I think the same is true on the hitting side of it. Look, I've said a few times, I'm still a fan of the 3 true outcome. If you can get your home runs and take your walks, I think you can live with the strikeouts. But if you don't believe that, and, by all accounts, that's not the direction Dan and Edgar would like to go, then find players that fit that. It's really hard to just transform a player into a different type of player just with a hitting coach. That's not really how it works. So I think there's probably some organizational meetings necessary to kind of think through some of that philosophical thought process, and then go out there and determine what you want to do in right field, what you want to do at short, what you want to do at third, what you want to do at second, because I think all of those options are out there for you. And you're going to be some cash available, money coming off. This is $38 million coming off with the 2 Mitches. No, it's 32-ish with the 2 Mitches. One was 15.5. I think the other was 17 and a half. Something like that?
Garver was 12. I think Haniger was 15.5.
Yeah, okay. So whatever. All right, you're sort of almost in that range. So, yeah, go out and determine how you want to spend that money. Some of it can go to Josh Naylor, but they got some other things to take care of. And maybe there is an opportunity to raise payroll here with the run that you just went on and a thought behind where this organization can go next. So that's the future. It's going to be a very interesting offseason with a lot to talk about. We'll come back to that here by 7:30. All right, coming up next, we did see something else over the weekend that hopefully is, I think, as I watch it, like it should be an obvious positive. And yet, I don't know, don't feel like I'm seeing enough of it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
The next season will hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Seaport Airlines. If airport slowdowns and delays have you rethinking your trip, well, there's an easier way to fly. Seaport Airlines flies TSA free with service between Portland Business Aviation and Seattle's Boeing Field. No delays, no stress. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, rolling along here, Brock. Joel Klatt at 8:30, and Angie Mentink is going to join us a little bit later this morning as well at 9:30. So a little football, a little baseball, and continuing to go through kind of the grieving process. Lyle is coming along today. We've been able to draw him out a little bit, and he's talking a little bit, and starting to come to grips with what happened on Monday night, which is good. And we'll come back to that here over the course of the morning as well. I want to start off actually with the Seahawks with you today, Brock, and kind of finishing off of the conversation with Mike McDonald yesterday, and then seeing some of the national stuff today. I guess I was trying to just simplify my thoughts on the Seahawks.
Okay.
They have what appears to be a great defense. I don't mean an all-time legendary great defense, but just like in terms of the league in 2025, they've got a great defense. Maybe the best defense in the league, certainly in the top 5. They have, at the very least, a solid quarterback, right? If maybe you want to go farther than that, call him a great quarterback, an elite quarterback. I don't know what word you want to use, but at the baseline, he is a solid quarterback who's played really well through the first 7 games of the season. And they've got what anyone would agree is a smart head coach who doesn't lose them games, who brings some level of added value beyond the baseline, right? I mean, so if you have those 3 things, aren't you a good team? Like, isn't that just a recipe for a pretty darn good season?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are all super substantial things. Now, I would challenge a little bit defensively. I would say this is an elite front. This is an elite front. This is as good of a defensive front 4 as we have seen since the Super Bowl years. I think I've said that a few different times over the course of the season, and really the only time they were taken apart was when like 25 to 30% of it was not playing in that game. And, that you take Michael Bennett and Averill off that team. Heck, you took Averill off the Super Bowl in the game, and you saw what happened, the impact that can have. But I believe that this is with the Denver Broncos and Philadelphia Eagles. There's a few of them out there. These are the elite defensive fronts. Secondary comes and goes a little bit. Injury's been a big part of that. I think linebacker is solid, but I don't think it's near the top of the league. But you put the whole thing together, yes, and by just about every metric, you're top 10, you're top 5. So you are a very, very good defense. And we know that travels, and we know that gives you a chance to win week in and week out. And when we watch the decay of the Seahawks, from their high championship teams, we saw it with our very own eyes. We wanted to believe the defense was still that good. We wanted to believe that, Pete could put this together, and, no, it wasn't. It just wasn't. And fundamentally, you couldn't stop the run the last 3-4 years of Pete, and then you really had no chance of being an elite team. So that gives you a chance, Salk. That is the most substantial way to build your team. You've got a very smart defensive coordinator that's very respected, that feels more and more like he knows himself. He knows what he's not. He knows he needs people around him. He's egoless to do that and put a cast of characters with AD and others that bring a lot more of the juice that in conversation and communication that I think is still a work in progress for him, but X's and O's wise, elite. And then I don't know, where's Sam Darnold? We can maybe do this exercise tomorrow with DJ. How many other quarterbacks right now do you want playing for your team
based on how they're playing this season?
Based on how they're playing this season right now.
Yeah.
Obviously Burrow's hurt, Lamar's hurt, guys are hurt. He's not. He's been available. He's been tough and durable. Like it certainly is not more than 10. And by, again, efficiency ratings, yards, completion percentage, PFF grade, what QBR, like he's to darn near top 5.
Yeah.
That's a pretty darn good recipe right there.
Well, so if you look at those things, and I think we knew heading into the year that the defense would be very good. I think we knew heading into the year, he proved it last year, that Mike McDonald was a smart head coach who was not going to make mistakes and would get, a fair amount out of his players, and his in-game strategy would be pretty darn good. What we didn't necessarily know was what the quarterback would look like. Obviously, he was new coming into this team, the scheme. So if we thought heading into the year, 9-win team, 10-win team, how do you adjust that based on what you've seen so far? The addition of Darnold, the emergence of JSN as a verified superstar right now, not just the best wide receiver in the league, according to the numbers, like by far the best wide receiver in the league. Like what do you have to do to your
think about
win
that
total
first
projection?
Think about the first mini camp practice you went to. Honestly, and just kind of the optics that day, and this is to poke no fun at you whatsoever.
Rough day.
Yeah, like you think we'd be sitting here offensively? You think you'd be talking about JSN as one of the best receivers, if not the best in all the game? That Sam Darnold would be a top 5 quarterback by every metric?
But we are.
That the offensive line, especially your tackles, would be as consistent as they've been. Your tight end group, super, super solid. Like, did you think we would be sitting here?
Well, not while I was watching that day, but obviously, like, I did think they were going to be a good team. Before the season started, I did take the over on their, 8.5 wins, and felt reasonably convinced that would hit. But if I thought it was going to be a 9 or 10 win team then, they look better than I thought they would look even at the beginning of the year. So what's the new projection? Is it 11 or 12?
I think so.
10 or 11? Like, how much better than expected have they been?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, Vegas had him 8.5. I think we all said, boy, that feels pretty darn low.
Very low.
Yes, and that's feeling pretty good right now with a whole lot of season left and having won a bunch of games without a ton of your pieces, too.
All right, so let me play you this Kyle Brandt cut. I was going to hold it for later, but I think I like it right now. Here's Kyle Brandt, I think with an excellent description of who the Seahawks are and where they fit into the national landscape, where, yes, Brock, they actually dropped a spot in the power rankings, at least for ESPN, after their win on Monday night.
It felt like it was on at 2 in the morning. I feel like most of the country didn't see it. Most of the country doesn't have a feeling on the Seahawks this morning. And guess what happens now? Now the Seahawks go on a bye. So for 2 straight weeks, we're not going to talk about them. I feel like there's so many people who, like, if you walked around, like, Main Street USA in the country right now, do people still think that Pete Carroll's the Seahawks coach? Do they still think Russell Wilson is on the team and, like, Marshawn Lynch and everything? Because I know a lot of people feel like, well, they lost some juice because their coolest, most famous player was DK Metcalf, and he's gone. That may be true. Do you have any idea how good Jackson Smith and Jigba is right now? Do you know that he is leading the NFL in receiving yards, and it's not even close? And the second-place guy is Jamar Chase. We all bow at the altar of Chase, and he's amazing. JSN is way out in front of him. He looks like a first-team All-Pro. Fantastic. Do you know Sam Darnold's playing just as well this year as he did with the Vikings last year? In that year when they just won, and it's Jefferson left and Jefferson right. Darnold is working. It's working not just a little bit, it's working profoundly.
And that's just about a minute of what was a 2 or 3 minute rant on how good the Seahawks were and how little anybody is caring to notice it right now, which is great. You love that. Yeah, don't notice. Awesome. And then you can play the disrespect card into the postseason.
That's right. Kind of feels a little bit. I was trying to think of a team here in recent memory that is kind of equipped with everything we've just talked about the last few minutes. Wouldn't it kind of just be the team Sam was on last year? that had Kirk Cousins for a lot of years and was a very viable team and a good team, but not an elite team. And then their defense really took a step. They pressured the quarterback. They sacked the quarterback, got after the quarterback. They had, Jefferson that just went crazy with Sam Darnold. Pretty solid running backs. An O-line that was a little iffy, right? I mean, O-line that they went out and spent some money on in the offseason, changed the center and changed the guard. I mean, doesn't this feel a little bit like what Minnesota built last season?
And it took a while for people to believe that Minnesota was real. And then unfortunately for them, it fell apart in those final 2 games of the year. So, yeah, it may take some time for folks to recognize what's being built here. But this defense, very clearly legitimate. We'll see what it looks like when they get essentially all of their defensive backs to return here after the bye. There is still one major question for me, because I love all of everything we just talked about. It's still just, can you run the ball?
Yeah.
And it's what you built so much of your offseason on. That's why it is so
Well, there were some
frustrating
positive
to me.
signs Monday night, man. Honestly, there was not a negative run as far as their expected play efficiency. Hawkblogger posted all this yesterday. It was one of their better games. Both Charbonnet and Walker, for the first time, averaged, 4+ yards a carry. They had a holding call, take some stuff. That felt like
against
it was
a
on
good
its
defense,
way,
too,
against
right?
a very good defense.
Best defense in the league by points.
One of the
top
better rush
10
defenses,
for rush
yes.
defenses. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, they're pretty good, and you went out and did what you needed to do. All right, let's take a break, Brock. We'll come back here, give you guys everything you need to know, and then, I guess the obvious metaphor that needs to be made, we'll do it in 20 on Brock and Salk.
What a ride.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
We watch stars reach new heights.
Julio, a tremendous catch slamming into the wall. The no-fly zone in full effect.
We saw history.
Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow!
Congrats on a great run, boys. From your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Yeah, congratulations are definitely in order. And when you've accomplished something like the team did, it is nice to be noticed for it, recognized for it. And I think some of that is true in our own lives, not just with our sports teams. I know certainly when I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to lose 35 pounds, I enjoyed all of the nice things people said, the compliments. It feels really good. And you can do it too. It doesn't take that long. You can do it in just a couple of months. I did it, as I said. Lost 25 pounds in a month, 35 pounds overall. No pills, no injections, no counted calories, no prepackaged meals. You just follow the plan, and you eat delicious, healthy, fresh food that you buy at the grocery store. Nothing fake about it. And a couple months in, you have lost a tremendous amount of weight. What does it take to get started? How about just a free 15-minute phone call? You can book one today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger, Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident Book Series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, a day later, Brock. You feel any better?
I've come to peace with some things, honestly. Yeah, I think when I spiked the water bottle and got sent to the basement, that was the start. It's kind of the start of the process.
Yeah.
Yesterday, verbally processing the way that we did all show long helped, I think, kind of just cement some feelings. And now watching the World Series, that might bring some of that back to life come Friday night.
Yeah.
But yeah, as for today, right here, right now, feeling a little bit better. You?
Yeah, although, again, it doesn't take much to get ramped back up. I mean, I think for me, it is a nice day to start thinking about what was accomplished this year, and quite a bit was. It was the best season the team had had in 24 years, and it's hard to allow the final few minutes of that to completely overshadow everything else that was really positive over the course of the season. But then someone brings up the decision-making in the seventh inning, and it's not like it's hard to find that content. I mean, I got like 12 different cuts of various baseball writers, former players, analysts, everyone kind of weighing back in on what happened. Here was Ryan Divish.
Yeah, I was pretty stunned. And to be honest, like I was kind of watching everything else, and so I wasn't paying attention to who was warming up, and I was just like, under no circumstance did I think that it wouldn't be Munoz. Like, I just figured, oh, that's who it's going to be, because that's the leverage point of the season, or the game 7, you know, and I thought, oh, it's going to be Munoz, and I kind of look up, and I see it's Bizzardo coming in. I'm like, huh, and I looked at Adam Jude and Tim Booth, because Adam was writing the game story. I'm going to write this decision one way or the other, because if it would have worked right, you know, and they were able to go to Munoz in the 8th and 9th or whatever like that, it would have still been pretty important. But I just kind of said, I think in my mind, I think I knew it wasn't going to be good, so I just had told them, look, I'll write this. And then when it really went south, I knew that's exactly what I was going to write. I mean, I checked with everyone else, but I kind of just said, no, I'll write this.
Well, and he uses the same word we heard from let's see, Mark DeRosa. You heard it from Jeff Passan. You heard it from, I got 3 or 4 others, and everyone's saying identifying the leverage portion of the game and using the person best fit for it.
Yeah, I totally get that, and it's for that moment right there, and that's how you have to manage it, and this is not making any excuses, but honestly, then the next leverage point would have been just as big with Vladdy starting the 8th and Kirk in the meat of the lineup.
But you're still using the same people.
No, Mooney would have come in the 8th. So if you get through that and you get through that leverage point, then guess what? Then you do maybe look like a genius because you got Mooney for the 8th and the 9th for the biggest outs. And everybody will tell you the hardest outs are the last 3 outs, especially on the road in Game 7. But we don't get to have that conversation because that leverage point at that point with, unfortunately 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2 in the order.
I think looking at 1 and 3, saying Springer and Vlad is the leverage. You've got to have Munoz ready for Springer and Vlad. Like, I think it just, you got to be ready for Springer and Vlad.
That's fine. And if you took care of Springer, then guess what? He was going to take care of Vlad.
But it's not just Vlad. It's Springer and Vlad. Like, those 2 guys.
And you got to take care of the 25th, 26th, 27th out because those are real on the road in a Game 7.
Yep.
So they're all leverage points. And unfortunately, the first biggest one, which, again, I'm not making excuses, but to say that's the only leverage point of the game, no, there would have been another one, and then there would have been another one. But you have to take care of the first one, and obviously they did not.
Well, you start thinking about the future now, and we'll talk more about it. Priority 1, Brock, here's where we do agree. Sign Josh Naylor. Just brings everything this team wants and needs, both on and off the field. He seems to really like it here. He's been pretty, outspoken about how much he enjoys
From the
Seattle.
Kraken jerseys to the Durant jerseys.
Here's Ryan Dempster yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy.
He brings energy. He brings excitement. He plays the game all the way around from running the bases. He can hit for power. He's a run producer. He drives runs. It's tough to find guys that play first base as well as he does with that kind of athleticism, a left-handed bat. I hope he finds himself in Seattle. I think he's found himself a place that the fans love watching him play, and hopefully it's there for a long time.
Yeah, I think that we would all tend to agree with that. After Naylor, it's funny. The topics actually look pretty similar to how they did in last offseason, but with an important difference, the internal options look a whole lot better than they did last winter.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks certainly impressed us. I don't think the national media is fawning at all. They actually fell a spot in ESPN's power rankings, down to number 9, despite what I thought was a very convincing win against a solid Houston team, certainly one that plays some really good defense. Plenty of fun stories, though, on the team, Brock, and talking to Mike McDonald yesterday. I played some of him talking about Jaron Reed earlier. I'll come back to that later. Here he is on Jackson Smith and Jigba and just the position that he's been put in by a coaching staff.
Yeah, it's a great point. Clint, all of our guys are doing great job. Clint, Janoko, Peets, Mac does a great job with it. But if one guy's just going to stand in one spot all the time and he runs from the same split, well, there's a lot of stuff on defense that we can do to manipulate how he gets the ball and things like that. But it's a testament to Jax to be able to move around. It's not easy. Play multiple positions, different spots, all that. And our coaches, too, for making that seem simple and seamless and move them around where you can't just, quote-unquote, cloud them all the time, or play cover 2 to them or play cover 4 to them or just play man. These are some answers. You double them. Okay, well, now you double them. Now somebody else is it. So you got to keep the target moving, and you got to try to stay ahead of the curve, and so far our guys have done that.
You know what else it's a testament to, Salk? The really high football IQ and acumen of Sam and Cooper and JSN and these guys. We're not even 7 months in. Remember, the offseason in the NFL now starts in late April. Mm-hmm. We're not even to November yet. And they're on this kind of page, year 1 of this system. That's some pretty positive, optimistic stuff right there as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, another not great night for your Kraken.
Come on, Kraken.
I know your guy Jaden Schwartz had the lone goal, but they lose 4-1. Matt Murray making his debut in net didn't go great. Berkeley Catton, though, earned a little more ice time. That's nice to see. Played okay. It was a +1 on the night. They'll be off today, and then they'll fly to Winnipeg.
Has he replaced your name, by the way?
Huh?
Because there's no Taco.
Well, Capo Caco will be back.
I know, but because he's not, do you feel like now I've got to say Berkeley Catton?
No. He's just a young kid. I mean, he's a top draft
I
pick.
feel like you've replaced one favorite name with the next favorite name.
He's not a favorite name. He's just he's an interesting kid. You keep talking about how you want stars.
Yeah.
He's not going to be that in year one. But
I mean, it sounds like he could have played with Webb Simpson in the same country club.
Berkeley Catton?
Now on the tee, we got Berkeley Catton and Webb Simpson.
Interesting. I don't see that.
Berkeley?
I don't, he's so Canadian. He's from like Saskatchewan or something.
All right, fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm kind of digging it. I'm making fun of you because I kind of dig the name too.
Berkeley Catton.
No, he was a top 10 pick, right?
Yeah.
Along with Shane Wright. These are your first round guys that, if you're going to turn this thing, and talent sure seems to play a big role in hockey after all these years of talking about it, you need your young guns to.
He's no Harris English, Brock. He's no Hudson Swafford. That's for sure. That's everything you need
Maverick?
to know.
What's
Maverick
Maverick's?
McNeely, son of a billionaire. Yeah, all right. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour.
Sometime we're going to play a game.
Show.
Our old friend D-Mac plays these games during the week in the football season. When the Broncos went to London, a former prime minister or former Jets coach. Yeah,
that's like a Justin Myers game. Remember how good Justin was at that?
He was so good at finding those little games.
Years ago, before I got into golf, like well before, I was doing a national show during, I don't know what it was, U.S. Open or Master, something like that.
PGA Tour golfer or former alumnus with Mike Salk at BB&M?
It was, well, yeah, we had some of those too. Thatcher, Brett Tiffany, and some others. But no, this was golf pairing or accounting firm or law firm. It was like law firms, accounting firms, and things like that. Yeah, it was like Ernst & Young or it was actually kind of fun. Yes. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, let's Brock, I did write yesterday about, and I think it's a hopeful piece. I think it certainly can be. It's looking at what happened, comparing it to what I think are two or three of the best analogies in sports, some that we're very familiar with, and trying to figure out if you can have a happy ending to this whole thing. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's he's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Whether it's watching sports on one of the 66 new televisions inside the new sports bar, which has great food and a cool view, indoor-outdoor concept. If it means hanging out at the pool, and yes, it's still pretty fun to do even as the weather changes, because that also has a whole indoor-outdoor deal. Or maybe it's just the new expanded non-smoking gaming floor, or the spa, or the convention center, concert area. You name it, it's got it. You go to SNOCasino.com to learn a whole lot more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Michael is in his 70s, and he was dealing with an injury.
I had tears in my rotator cuff. Just the discomfort of going about everyday life. Day-to-day things were not comfortable or almost impossible, but just being inactive was troubling.
He was in a great deal of pain.
I started trying to learn how to brush my teeth with my left hand, and you can't do it. It was ridiculous.
Searching for answers, Michael found Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, where he underwent stem cell therapy.
You know, I play basketball Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so I'm getting my shot back. It's not back to where it was, but hey, before I couldn't even do anything. So 100% improvement of what it was.
Wow, that's great to hear. Would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I can share without a doubt that it helped me, and I'm grateful for that.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Cancer impacts so many families, including mine. Former Washington Husky Mario Bailey here. My mother was treated for cancer at UW Medicine. As devastating as cancer is, there is hope because the Cancer Vaccine Institute is developing vaccines to treat and prevent the deadliest cancers. Patients who received vaccines over 20 years ago are still alive today. Please join me and make a donation to the Cancer Vaccine Institute at local Safeway stores. Learn more at uwcvi.org.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. Two friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
When an emergency happens, be the first to know. Alert Seattle helps you stay safer and connected. This free service includes alerts about severe weather, safety, health, utility disruptions, major traffic accidents, and more. If you live or work in Seattle, Alert Seattle is the city's official emergency alert system. Sign up for text, email, or phone alerts during emergencies near your home, work, school, and more. Text Alert Seattle to 62783. Alert.seattle.gov to learn more and sign up.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Trying to put the season into context, Brock, as it comes to a crashing end on Monday night. And obviously there were, just thinking about my own personal experience with gut-wrenching losses, and there have been a lot of them, in my life, just growing up as a fan in Boston and then moving to Seattle in 2009. This was not like the 2014 Super Bowl loss, although there is maybe...
As a player for you, Saul.
As a player?
Any gut wrenchers?
Yeah, but I'm
school?
not going to get into that. We don't have time for any of that. Okay. Nobody wants that today. Thank you.
Can we do it during the break?
Yes, I'm happy to talk through some gut-wrenching losses during the break, but not in front of the people. I think that look, this is not... There's maybe the decision-making element that relates to 2014, but that team had already won a Super Bowl. I don't know. It didn't feel the same to me.
That would have been if that was a ninth inning the other night.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe that would have been a little bit more applicable. It was a 7. There was still a bunch of baseball to play.
And that one tore a team apart because of all of the not quite the same to me.
No.
The two that jump out to me the most in my lifetime are the 2012 Seahawks, right? Who went to Atlanta after beating Washington, similar to this Mariner team. They got hot. They won every game in December. They blew out a couple of teams, 3 teams in a row in December. Buffalo, Arizona with the famous cake on the head situation, and one other in there as well. And they were great. They were blowing teams out. They beat Washington in a weird bad weather, bad field game where RG3 got hurt and Stephen Hauschka got hurt, and somehow somebody named Ryan Longwell came back to kick for them the next. Anyway, they end up losing in gut-wrenching fashion in Atlanta as they were 31 seconds away from victory and allowed the Falcons to go back and kick another field goal. It was shocking. Nobody thought that would happen in that moment. There was no way 31 seconds was enough, but it was, and it was devastating. Except that there was a lot of hope because the team had, started to really build something and put it together. So I think that's a pretty fair comp in Seattle sports history. Okay. In my own history and kind of going to baseball, this felt, and certainly, listening to a lot of the national narrative afterwards, a lot like 2003 in the 03 ALCS, where Red Sox and Yankees played Game 7 just like this. It was the 8th inning, not the 7th, but Pedro Martinez had pitched 7 1/3. They had a 4-1 lead, 5-1 lead, I think a 5-1 lead, and all the analytics said he's done it 100 pitches. And they just kept leaving him in, and it was a hit, and then another hit, and then another hit, and then another hit, and the next thing you know, it was tied. And similarly, there was Mike Timlin and Alan Embry and Scott Williamson all waiting in the pen patiently, and instead none of them come in, and they blow the game, eventually losing a few innings later on the Aaron Boone walk-off home run. So those were the two that jumped out to me as being the most similar in my life. I'm sure others will have their own. The good news, because both of those were heartbreaking, devastating losses. You remember how mad I was the next day, Brock, after the Atlanta loss. I nearly had the cops called on me during the 03 ALCS, so I can sympathize, Lyle, with some of your problems. But I do remember driving home later that night and thinking, as bad as this is, and as embarrassed as I am that somebody has threatened to call the cops on me for being so loud, I do think that, there's some hope and something was built and there need to be some changes, but you're not miles and miles away. And I would hope that Mariners fans don't look at this and go, oh, the team is nowhere close. You didn't get blown out by Toronto. You didn't get blown out by anybody in the American League. I don't know what would have happened against LA, and that's maybe another conversation, but you're not miles and miles away. You were a couple of decisions, a couple of at-bats, a couple of moments away. And I do think it's important to remember that the 2012 Seahawks won the Super Bowl the next year, not by being passive, not by sitting around and waiting for it to happen, but by going out and signing not just Cliff Averill, but Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett. Yep. And those two guys led the team in sacks the next year, led the team in sacks in the postseason and the playoffs the next year, and obviously were a huge part of the reason they went on the run that they did over the next few seasons. The 2003 Red Sox also were not passive. They did not bring back the same group and just hope to run it back and make it work. They kept the nucleus together. Yep. In their case, they needed to change managers, and I don't think that's the case here, but that was part of it for them. They also went out and acquired Curt Schilling and made some other changes. So, Curt Schilling was kind of a big thing. He was a guy that had already been a World Series hero, and he was once again the next year for the Red Sox. As for the Grady Little element of it, it is interesting. And again, I wrote about this. You can read it at Seattle Sports. Sorry for the long soliloquy here, Brock, but yeah. I'll give the mic up here in just a moment.
No, I'm here.
I appreciate that. I'll give it up here in a moment. But I do want to make this point because there is some similarity between Dan Wilson and Grady Little, and that's going to sound on its surface unfair to Dan because Grady Little's name, I think, has been besmirched a little bit because all anyone remembers of Grady is the final moment where he refused to pull Pedro and had the deer in the headlights look and he gets fired for it a couple of weeks later. Grady Little was an incredibly great clubhouse leader, a guy who took a fractured organization when he came in. And I don't want to get too deep into the history of Dan Duquette and Jimmy Williams and everybody else that was in that clubhouse, but it was a mess. And he came in and fixed it because he's a good dude. Everybody liked Grady Little. Everybody who was around Grady Little liked him, just like everyone who's around Dan Wilson likes him. And he gave the players an opportunity to lead their own clubhouse and did a lot of things that were necessary at that time to get that team to a new level. His strength was not the in-game management. And at that point, you're also talking about a statistical revolution in baseball that a guy like Grady was not necessarily equipped for nor interested in. So they went out and they got Terry Francona, who was able to do both of those things. I don't think the Mariners need to do that. That is not the point of the story. But I do think it might be important for them to find someone to pair with Dan in that room and in that dugout whose strength is the in-game managerial decisions that fit with the way the front office wants it done. And I'm more and more convinced after yesterday's conversation that they're not that they're not on the same page, but that there is some level of indecision right now about, do you want to be an old school team or do you want to be a new school modern team? And there's some real benefits to both. But having everyone know when and where they want to do those things, I think would be important, and I do think that might be an opportunity for them to bring in a strategist to help with some of these moments.
Yeah, I think all of that is fair. And this, again, we just talked about the 7 months on the job for the Seahawks and these guys and all being on the same page. And, you know, obviously it's a little longer than that over the entirety of the baseball season, but it was year one for Dan and year one for Manny next to him in that capacity.
Well,
and
not really year one for Manny, coming back to it. Manny had been the bench coach and has been a manager twice.
Yes, but had he been with Danny he was the
third base coach.
That's right. Yeah. So their first time together in those capacities, and yeah, I think all of those things will be up for some consideration because over the course of the year, and I think it got a little bit better in the second half. It was choppy. I think most observers and most people around the team would kind of say that some of that in-game decision making was really choppy early, kind of settled down. And then, you know, as the games do speed up and the moments get bigger, are there some things that you can go back and evaluate the whole process of it and go, gosh, can we do this better? How do we take this next step? Like Mike McDonald did year one to year two and hired a firm to evaluate him and how he presents and how he talks. And I think Mike delegating to some of the others to handle some of the communication, to bring people even closer together and for Mike to understand that, man, I got to be a better CEO and not just a better play caller. So I think there will certainly have to be evaluation with all of those things in the offseason. Just as you're going to evaluate your roster and you know, get into contract negotiations with Naylor's team and begin that process, I would have to imagine you're going to do the same in the coaching capacity as well.
Well, I think so. I mean, it's one of those situations where you kind of look at, okay, what were the problems over the course of the season, and did they rear their head in the postseason, right? And hitting with runners in scoring position was one of those. Problem during the regular season, problem during the postseason, probably going to get looked at. Frankly, starting pitching, right? I mean, they were 13th in starter ERA and during the regular season, and they had some real big problems with their starting pitching in the postseason. And they're going to have to figure out, was that just health, or is there a bigger underlying concern there that they've got to deal with? So, like, there's some very real self-scouting things that need to go down. And I think that, you know, again, in-game decision-making was a challenge at times for them during the regular season. We had a lot of those conversations during the year. You're right, Brock. It did seem to get a little better. And there were some moments where I thought it was perfectly executed during the postseason. And then some others that unfortunately are going to be looked at. You know, of the 6 games they lost, there were at least questions about decision-making in 4 of them that didn't end up working out for them. That's significant, and something that maybe there's a way to put the right people around Dan to help bolster him in those moments, because it didn't end right.
When is going to be the season-ending presser, you think?
I don't know whether they're going to do that.
They've done that a little differently. And I know a couple years ago after that one, they've changed some of that course. But I would imagine you're going to get some updates. Like I would think that, and I would hope that Bryce Miller goes in and gets that loose body removed immediately, like ASAP, right? I will be really curious to hear what guys battled through what over the second half of the season that we don't hear about. They're not going to use as an excuse and explanation. I think something's got to be up with Logan. I don't think Logan was ever, Logan coming back after that injury.
I would agree.
Is Luis still Spire, right? We know was banged up and fighting through. So I hope we get some semblance of that to add to the closure of it to maybe further understand why maybe decisions were made. Like, yeah, actually, guys, we're going through stuff that, we don't disclose and they don't want to share, and we're not going to give our opponent any insight into. But I have a feeling that some of these guys a little bit more banged up at the end of that long journey.
Yep.
Than maybe
no, I agree with
knew.
you, Brock. I do think that all that will come out, and we'll have a little bit more info on it. Mike in Federal Way saying, hey, I'd like to see a hybrid old school, new school team. I don't think settling on one or the other is right for the Mariners. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
You may be right. And Jeff was saying the same thing yesterday. I guess what I would say, though, is that's fine as long as everyone knows when and where each of those philosophies are being used. I think the biggest problem I have with Monday night is that I felt like at different points in the game, they relied on different philosophies, if that makes sense. Like, if you're going to, I've said this again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you're going to pull George Kirby after 4, then you need to have Munoz ready for the 7th. Like, you have to say, like, at that point, you're using a new school philosophy. You're playing the modern postseason game. You're pulling your pitcher early.
I
didn't say the top of the 7th.
Have him heated up.
Brocky's got to be ready for the top of the order. He has to be. Once you give up that walk, he's got to get hot.
Yep.
Once you give up that walk, there's a good possibility you're going to reach. You're going to reach top of the order without a double play. You've got to have Munoz up and ready. That is the leverage point of the game, and he can go 2 innings from there because he hasn't pitched the day before or the day before that. Like, you have to. You have to recognize the change in the way the game has been made, and you brought that upon it yourself by making a move that I liked by taking Kirby out when you did. Yeah. But you can't do one without the other, and that's where there just has to be some level of alignment of, hey, this is the philosophy. We're going to pull him early if we have the opportunity to do so, but then that means we're going to move everybody up one and let Bryce Miller or somebody else close out the game if we get there. You have to. It has to be a cohesive philosophy. It doesn't have to be all new school or all old school, but it's got to be cohesive.
Lyle's eyes roll back in his head again.
When I said cohesive?
No, just bringing up this conversation.
Oh, I thought you meant like Pete Carroll's kid.
He was starting. Oh. No one responded to my...
It was too weird to respond to, Brock. I had nothing for you. I had nothing to respond to. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to respond to.
You're supposed to tell me that was AI or it was fake or it wasn't real or...
Let me read one more text here, and then we'll move to Blue 88, and we'll do some football. 206 says, I'm not screaming for Dan's head here, but Mike, the definition of a manager in baseball is a good strategist. It goes on from there. I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think that's the definition of a good manager in baseball. It's a part of the game. It's a part of the role. What Dan did this year in allowing the clubhouse to lead itself, and he did a lot of really great things this year that were all part of the job of the manager. Manager is a real word. They manage the clubhouse. They manage the personalities. They manage the meetings and the information and a lot of the stuff that I think Dan did very well. In-game strategy is a part of the game, but it's not the whole game for the manager. And I do think that if there's an opportunity to get Dan the right person with him, yeah, I think you could solve a lot of that problem. Just like a new president or CEO of a business, if they come from the sales side or the marketing side, might need somebody to help them with the accounting element of it.
We said all the time, what if Pete Carroll would have hired Mike McDonald to be his DC and not Ken Norton? Right? What if
it's a totally different thing, right? Hire the right person.
Clint Kubiak instead of Shane Waldron.
And the only other thing I don't want to hear, because I think that's an interesting point, is 425. Do you remember your first year in the new job? Were you on point? And this is the whole rookie manager thing. I'm sorry, that doesn't cut it for me. I mean, they hired a rookie manager knowing that this team was a possibility to be great. Like, that was the idea. You're in your window. I don't want to hear a rookie manager excuse at the end of that. That doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. Like you
by the way, that rookie manager through the first 3 or 4 months of the season helped put this team in a position.
That's right.
And helped empower Cal in ways that maybe we don't even know, helped empower and massage through so many injuries and everything else. that rookie manager through the first 3.5 months helped this team get in a position to take those steps to bring in Naylor and bring in Suarez and go for it in the second half.
Absolutely. And I think there is a lot to the room given to let Cal lead and let the players kind of do a little bit more than they had done in the past. It seemed to work out very well. That's great managing. The in-game strategy, I think, needed a little work. And unfortunately, it did come back to bite them at the end. Grady Little couldn't handle that. Grady did not want to be a part of the modern game of baseball in 2004. That was not who he was or what he wanted to do. And bringing in a person to help him would not have been enough. Plus, he needed to serve up someone's head on a platter in that city at that time. I don't think this is the same as that. And with the right moves made, I think you could absolutely have this story end. Yes, exactly.
I want John the Baptist head. And I want Blue 88.
Do you want it now? Or do you want to do it with a longer version at 8 o'clock? All right, let's do it. I'm sorry.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, you were talking Sam Darnold, but somehow it's about real estate? What are we talking about here? What's going on?
I like this. Our buddy Peter Schrager, who I just can't seem to get on the show ever. So he's kind of a hit me here, hit me there.
Slippery.
And it just, he's a slippery fella. But he was on the call on Monday Night Football, and he was on with Pat McAfee, and a little bit of insight into how Sam Darnold's truly feeling about being a Seahawks quarterback.
And now we're changing guards, and now it's Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold. Pat, Sam Darnold's only 28 years old. He's only 28 years old. He started with the Jets at 21. And I thought it was fascinating talking to Sam for a while during the production meeting call. He's engaged. He just bought his first house of his life. He's always been a transient guy, renting in New York, renting in Carolina, renting in San Francisco, renting in Minnesota. And he's like, and I'm finally feeling the love that I'm wanted. And it's almost like sometimes it takes guys this long.
Wait, your focus, Brock, is on the house, not on the engagement?
Engagement's fine. Get married, right? That's the first step of it. If he got married, then we'd have a different answer with that. No, and you could kind of say, it's not that big a deal to buy a house. Well, actually, when you've been as transient and nomadic as he's been, I actually do think it's a big deal.
Okay.
I do think he feels like this could be a forever home. That, hey, man, I had to go rehab in San Fran. I went out and I slung it around in Minnesota for a year, and now these guys really do believe in me. John Schneider really does believe in me. John Schneider really did deal with all the hoopla of Russell Wilson for a decade. And really, much like he did in Green Bay with Favre and with Aaron Rodgers, like he's got background, and this guy truly believes in me. And I thought that was a cool little takeaway from a production meeting, just kind of solidifying that not only do the Seahawks want Sam wants to be here. And that's a really cool marriage.
All right, question number 2.
No pun.
Kobe Bryant, sorry, I'm just trying to rush us here. Asked for more, responded the last couple of weeks. Who was the offensive player, Brock, that needs to do more?
The second highest graded offensive player was behind JSN, according to our good friends at PFF. That would be Abe Lucas. Abe Lucas, I think a little bit behind the scenes, was just kind of asked for more. Reading between the lines of a McDonald comment last week on the right side of that line, because Anthony Bradford, well, he did not have a great grade yet again. Jalen Sundell did, by the way. He had his best game, according to PFF, of the season. So, I think Abe Lucas is a guy that's got to continue to elevate. They, again, paid him. He's going to be a Seahawk for the next 3+ years, rewarded him for his great play, for what he can do and the difference maker he can be. And I thought he did have against those two edge guys. That was not the Will Anderson show. That was not the Daniil Hunter show. And did they do a few things? Sure. But Abe Lucas did an awful lot and played a really, really fine football game Monday.
All right, question number 3. Obviously, trade deadline, a big part of this past Mariners season. We are under 2 weeks, 13 days away from the trade deadline in the NFL. Do we see the Seahawks make a move or two by then?
I think we do, man. I think we do.
A lot of thought that Reek Woolen is going to be on his way out.
Well, I think you've got to look at the look at the big picture, right? We get so tunnel vision focused in on these games and these moments, and rightfully so. We're fans. We don't have to look at the big picture, but they do. And there's no question who they're going to pay. They're going to pay Charles Cross. They're going to pay JSN. And I think, and we'll see injury-wise, and Spoon's got to do it and do it consistently in the second half of the season. I think those are the guys that you're going to pay. And then the Ken Walkers, and then the Boye Mafes, and then the Tariq Woolens. And, can you really pay those guys? And if they're not a part of your long-term plans, is there an opportunity, right? Is there an opportunity to get value back? The old Mike Salkism, man, from day one, value. Value.
Mm-hmm.
Need value. And that's why I think I'd be surprised in 13 days if there's not a move made by John Schneider and the Seahawks.
All right, great stuff. Sorry for the shortened version of Blue 88, but we do that every day at around 7:45. Usually a little more.
There's a lot to unpack.
A little bit more on time.
Baseball season, and I think people did also need to hear Jeff Passan yesterday.
Yeah.
Just kind of looking at that clip and seeing the different places it went yesterday. That this doesn't feel like an end. This doesn't feel like, gosh, we got.
Well, I got a bunch of sound then, Brock, from Jeff and a few other analysts about last night and about the future. Why don't we come back to some of that? I'll play it for you next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into a huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign. And so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry, banana to sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. You'll get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Yeah, Brock, I think you're absolutely right. It is important to, put everything that's happened recently into context and try to celebrate some of the real positives of this season. There were a lot of them. This is a lot of fun. This Mariners season was fun. It brought, I think, some of the fun back for a lot of people that had lost it over the last few seasons, where I think some of their frustration got the better of them, and then ultimately they were able to come back and enjoy the game and enjoy the team, enjoy the personalities, enjoy winning, enjoy the postseason, and honestly, getting places they hadn't been before in years. Like, there was really a lot done this year. The emergence of the superstar in Cal Raleigh, Julio, I think, finding his right spot in the second half of the season. Some really good young players I think we're going to have fun conversations about. Like, I don't want to skip over that. I'm with you. I think that stuff's important.
Are you sure that fun is the right adjective?
Fun in the way baseball can be fun.
I think meaningful. Like, just, all right. Gosh, it felt like real, substantial, meaningful, like, and hard. Like, I think it was a reminder to a lot of us how hard this baseball journey is. We hear that said, right? It's just like a lot of people are like, yeah, you know what I'm going to do on my bucket list? Come late December, I'm going to run a marathon. Yeah, I'm going to go do it. My New Year's resolution is I'm going to go run a marathon. Yeah. And then they start that process, and they run a mile, or they run a lap, or they run, and you get to, a couple miles, and like, how can I ever run 26? How is that ever going to be possible? And for some bodies, genetically, it's not possible. And you do way more damage than you actually do gain. But for the Mariners, to me, it was, there were some just ecstatic moments. I mean, my goodness.
I guess what I mean, Brock, is just for a huge portion of the fan base that had become pretty disenchanted and frustrated over the previous couple of seasons, it was an opportunity to get back into the fold, to re-engage, to be a part of it again and enjoy that. Maybe fun's not the perfect word, but to enjoy it and to be a part of it and to connect with it again. I think that will be the lasting legacy of this team in this season. what comes next, though, as I wrote, is up to them, right? I mean, how do you take it from here? Jeff Passan said this to us yesterday.
This feels like a beginning, not an end. And we have seen teams that have dynastic aspirations reach this point and go backward. I don't see that with the Mariners, though. I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise. And look, for all that we think that Colt Emerson can be and Johnny Farmelo can be and Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan and Gerangelo St. John and Laz Montez and Felmine Celestin and Michael Arroyo and on and on and on and on. The sheer number of really good prospects that the Mariners have lead me to believe that they're going to be in this position again.
So I agree with everything Jeff said. The question is how quickly, right? And I think some of that depends on them and some of the big decisions they make this offseason.
Before you go there, can I just also say, and to kind of piggyback on that, why can't this be the start of a run like the Astros had? The Astros had a young core of Altuve and Bregman and Correa, and then obviously, Alvarez came into that, right? But they, supplemented with a Brantley and other guys. Why can't this be? And they didn't have a young core of pitching like necessarily you did out that gate. They brought in Verlander and brought in a couple pieces to go with some of the other guys they have. But why can't this be in the same vein as the way the Astros built that thing with all their young core? Why can't it be the same here in Seattle?
Well, I think it can be. And I think, and people aren't necessarily going to want to hear this, I think that's the point Jerry was trying to make 3 years ago when he used the phrase, 54%. Like, that's what Jerry was trying to say. He didn't say it
3 years
very
ago,
well.
you didn't have Julio. You didn't have Cal. You didn't have stars.
What he was trying, again, I'm not going to defend Jerry in the way he said it didn't work out. But what he was trying to get to is we're trying to build something that will give us an opportunity to be sustainable year in, year out. He should have used that word dynastic that Jeff just used, because I think that speaks to the high level of what you're trying to do as opposed to the baseline. And Jerry unfortunately chose the baseline, and that's not what people needed or wanted to hear in that moment, understandably. But the point is, you're trying to be somewhere between 54% and dynastic. And if you can get to that 54% average, then you have a chance to compete to be dynastic year after year after year. You got to go out and do it, though. And they have decisions to make, man. Naylor's one. After that, and we talked a little bit about maybe some coaching staff stuff, what do you want to do in right field? Did you believe in what you saw from Canzone and what you saw from Robles? It was tremendous in the regular season. Do you trust that? Or do you need to go out and find yourself an everyday right fielder? And I know Lyle's banging his head in the other room saying Kyle Tucker, Kyle Tucker, Kyle Tucker for understandable reasons. What do you want to do at short? Is JP your guy long-term again for another year? He's got 1 year left on the deal. Do you want JP in there? How far away is Colt Emerson? Is that, partly through next year? Cole Young, is he your second baseman? Are you going to pay Polanco the money that he's now going to command on the open market for his ages, 32, 33, 34 season? That's a pretty big question mark, I would think, in terms of his injury history and how long you want to get into bed with that. Third base, Gino's gone. Is this a situation where you trust Ben Williamson to be your everyday third baseman? Do you want to go big and try to bring someone in like Bregman? I don't see Bregman and Tucker, but could one of those two guys, be worth it after you try to sign Naylor? Yeah. So the pen still has some conversations. You got to find out about the health of the guys in the rotation. There's some real question marks about how you get back to where you were, let alone how you actually improve from that.
Yep.
But they're all answerable. And the fact that you do have Cole Young now, and you've seen what that looks like, and there's some promise, that you did get half a season out of Ben Williamson that showed a lot of promise, that Dominic Canzone did show you a 144 OPS plus during his half a year here in Seattle this year. all of those things, even if you don't decide that you want to use them as part of your daily lineup next year, you've improved the floor and maybe offered other teams something that you could give them in order to get back something you need.
Yep, and all those names that Jeff referenced, we know how it works in baseball. Do 1 out of 3 of those guys work out? But if 1 out of the 3, 2 out of the 6 actually work out, you do have a chance to be the Houston Astros, because that's the way this thing was supposed to be built and developed. Draft and develop and trade. And oh, by the way, in incredible good fortune, you were able to land a guy, what was the guy's name from the Blue Jays? Trey Yesavage. If Trey Yesavage comes up a year later after being a first-round pick out of East Carolina, guess what you're going to expect out of Cade Anderson?
Absolutely.
Who was arguably the top pick in this draft that fell to you at number 3. So, yeah, and I think you got a backup catcher now that is young, that is talented, that's played in the futures game for 3 straight years, and Sir Harry Ford, that's going to be the backup to Cal next season, and maybe give Cal an opportunity to get even more of a blow over the course of it's just, there is a tremendous amount of optimism.
Yeah, and there should be, because you got a lot of options. But they got a lot of choices to make, too, which I think is interesting. It's going to make this offseason fascinating, and I don't expect them to start that process yet. They're probably going to take a day or two to wallow in what happened and then start to self-scout and figure out what their plan is and some of these philosophical conversations. And, yes, I think we all agree signing Naylor would be priority 1 that you would love to get done. And just
I heard, I don't know if you heard this, I heard that Justin Hollander right now is taking care of Naylor's baby.
Oh, really?
Family. Yeah,
wow.
So he's doing whatever it takes. I don't know if it's Justin himself.
Wow.
But he's doing whatever it takes to help the family.
Hey, you guys need a little sleep?
Yes.
We'll step in.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice job, Justin. I think everyone appreciates that.
Yes.
And Josh, obviously most of all.
The most. Yeah, you know what? Go on a vacation, you two. Well, I got all the help in the world.
How hilarious would it be? Mariners fans who all desperately want Josh Naylor back, rather than like setting up a GoFundMe to help pay for him or something like that, they just offered a babysit.
Yes.
He's like, hey, look, whatever you got to do, man. Like, we'll babysit. Like, we'll have a rotation.
That's right.
Mariner fan a day comes in and just kind of help out with the baby.
Seems like the type of guy that would love strangers being involved in his personal life.
Yeah, I think so.
Really enjoy that.
I think that'll probably keep him here for good. Yeah, he's pretty open to that more. I'm glad that you and I see this the same way. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back here, give you guys everything you need to know. And then Joel Klatt will join us coming up in 20. Angie Mentink a little bit later as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the right, bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Hey, Eugenio Suarez.
The next season will hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Well, the fall is a great time. I know some holidays right around the corner. The leaves are falling. What an unbelievable run we had through the baseball playoffs. And what a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff. And Top Fitness got some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Heward here, and you've heard me for decades talk about working out in your own home gym. As the weather turns, it gets cold, it gets wet, there's nothing better than being able to work out in your own place. And from flooring to everything that goes in a home gym, treadmills, elliptical, strength training systems, Top Fitness, they've got it all. They represent the best brands available, like Woodinville's own Precor, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, a leader in strength training machines, along with many others. You give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design for you. And you'll get 0% interest financing. And mention you heard it from me. They'll take an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. No secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167, some things have changed, and some things haven't. Using those lanes without a good-to-go account means you'll receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. You'll always pay the lowest toll rate with good-to-go. No change. Carpoolers now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Does a good-to-go pass still save you $2 on every toll? Definitely not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com. Free Flex Passes while supplies last.
Golf carts are fun and easy to drive. They can zip along up to 15 miles per hour in the sunshine, warm air, with your foot firmly on the dashboard. Now that's living. Pacific Power Batteries has some sweet 2021 Club Car Tempos for sale at about half the price of a brand new one. We offer a 2 or 4 seat model with capacity rated batteries and a 30-day, no hassle, money back satisfaction guarantee. Have a look online at PacificPowerBatteries.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
For over 50 years, they redefined rock. The spirit lives on. Slice it. Celebrate 50 years of Rush. 50-something tour. Saturday, October 10th. Climate Pledge Arena. Buy pre-sale tickets for City Card members Friday at 12 p.m. through Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Before the general public on sale Friday, October 31st at 12 p.m. Get tickets at rush.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, man. A day later, Brock, it does feel like people are starting to process it, huh?
You paying for them Rush commercials?
I'm not paying. I mean, yes,
sure?
in that I've already bought 2 pairs of tickets, and they're not even here in Seattle yet. I got tickets in Chicago, tickets in L.A., and then they add Seattle?
It's a sore subject, Brock.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, don't get me started. You know how much more mad I am about this than the Mariners? I'm so mad, I can't even tell you. You want to know why I haven't been able to sleep at night? It's because I don't have enough money to go see Rush all the times I want to go see them.
Can you sell those other ones? Just
Not
sell
as
the
much
other
as
ones.
I bought them for now that they added 17 more cities.
Bad judgment. I've always said, Maura, what have I always said? The concert goer, the ticket buyer, it's about the fifth inning.
How many
about the
times
fifth
can you
inning,
go
the
to the same
decision-making you're going to
concert?
make in the fifth inning.
What?
And your decision-making process was terrible in buying your Rush tickets.
Well, it wasn't terrible. I didn't have all the information.
You were in too much of a rush to see Rush.
No, I don't think that's true. Maybe it is. How dare you? You guys are making it worse. You're not making it better at all.
So impulsive.
Not impulsive. I wanted. Oasis just did the same thing. They came, they said, we're going to 6 cities. Okay, those are the 6 cities. And everyone was like, oh, no, they're going to go to more cities. That's just the beginning. And you know what they did? They only went to those 6 cities. So I'm like, all right, Rush is only going to 7 cities, 8 cities, whatever it is. I'm going to buy tickets to one of those cities. But Chicago goes on sale before LA, so I had to buy Chicago. Then I bought LA. Okay, cool, I'll sell Chicago, no big deal. Well, guess what? Then you had 17 more cities. Now what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do now?
It sounds like you want to quit your job and go to every 17 concerts.
I think I've been pretty clear that I would like to do that. I don't think there's anybody who would doubt that I would rather be sitting there going to every Rush show than talking to you guys every day. It's not even close.
All right, move it along. The next thing you need to know. Here we go.
Well, you don't want anything more on the Mariners? Okay.
Oh, just make that number 2.
Okay.
I don't need to hear about Berkeley.
You need to hear about Berkeley Catton again?
+1.
All right, let's go to number 2.
Here's the second thing you need to
A lot
know.
of the national folks, Brock, still kind of weighing in on what happened on Monday night. Here's a new piece for you. Here's Eric Hosmer on MLB Network.
So to me, Matty, that was right there for Wilson saying, okay, I'm going to let Wu go until it's time to get Munoz. But the mistake there, in my opinion, was you got to identify the heart of the lineup for Toronto. Springer and Vlad Jr. Those are guys that you cannot let beat you. And to me, the situation, I don't know if it's sped up on anybody or I don't know what happened, but that was a situation, in my opinion, Bizardo should have not been in that game. I think that's a situation that Munoz needs to know. Springer is coming up. That's my guy. I don't know if he needs more time to get ready, if that was the case, but I think that's a Munoz situation or a Munoz spot right there, high leverage.
And again, determining what's the leverage portion of the game and how do I make sure that I've got the best player ready for their best players. It's just that simple. Have your best ready for their best.
Yeah, I mean, it's that simple now. In retrospect, it's that simple now. In the moment there, after the leadoff walk, could it have happened? Snap your fingers right then and there. Again, I'm not going to disagree with it. I'm not going to try to make the case in any other case. But there were going to be some more leverage points throughout that game. And unfortunately, you couldn't wait for throughout the rest of the game. You had to take care of that business right at hand, and it did not get taken care of.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, the leverage points would have been eaten up with Munoz over the course of 2 innings. And if you need one more, I think everyone has shown now. You did it with George Kirby a couple years ago. We were talking with Jeff yesterday about how the Dodgers did it with Walker Buehler. You still got starting pitchers available to try to get you out of trouble with 7, 8, 9 later in the game. You got to take care of business when it's right there in front of you. The leverage point is seeing the top of that order. And
just a hypothetical, do you think he would have taken criticism if it was Mooney and you do get out of that and all of a sudden you go to,
No.
the 9th inning and it gets out of hand?
No.
And because those last 3 outs, no, you don't think so?
I don't think so. I know he wouldn't have gotten it from me. I could tell you that much. Maybe somebody else does. I know I wouldn't. I mean, I beat the drum for years about how important I think it is and has been to not be settled on the closer, but to use your best pitcher in the biggest moment of the game, and especially in the postseason. You want to argue that during the season you got to give, okay, fine, the guys got to have their roles, but in the postseason, hey, you got to use your best guy in the most important situation, and to go down without it, again, I think that's a huge problem. All that being said, there is so much, now to think about, and we just went through some of the real, cool, fun, interesting decisions to be made to try to get this team to do what the 03 Red Sox did, which is put the frustration of the end of Game 7 behind you and find a way to go win a World Series the next year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks-wise, they're going to take some time now, Brock, to rest. They get 2 weeks. When they come back from that, they're going to have a lot of guys healthy. Maybe, looks like Robbie Utes is going to be back. It looks like Derek Hall is going to be back. It looks like the rest of your secondary is coming back. How do you
everybody, right?
How do you see the secondary shaping up when you've got both Spoon and Love back?
Yes.
Now, tell me, how do you do
I
this?
think,
Eamon Warry's now healthy.
Eamon Warry's going to be your
well.
nickel, and
Okay.
Spoon's going to play outside.
And who plays the other corner?
Job or Woolen.
Okay.
Yep.
Which one?
Who you feel better about? Well, I think that then gives you that opportunity to do what we talked about in Blue 88 to maybe make Woolen available if he's not going to be a part of your long-term plans after this season.
But then what if somebody gets hurt again and then you're like, oh my God, it's Nehemiah Pritchett?
Then you keep Woolen around.
And just let him sit.
Yeah, and you know how it works. I mean,
I know.
Here's a hamstring there and a toe there and a knee here.
I think that's what I do. I don't think I'm trading Woolen. I think that is the way I would do it, Brock. And I think Josh Job is just such a battler. I love the way he attacks. He just fits what the Seahawks want to do. But I'll say, I thought Reek had a really good game on Monday night.
Yep, he played with a whole lot more urgency and a whole lot more discipline. And
Turned and found the ball on that deep play. All those things. We also asked Mike McDonald about mob ties, which he had used in his locker room speech.
It's an acronym. Our players came up with it.
Jeez.
So now you're insulting our players.
Oh, good.
No, I mean, look, our guys, they thought it was important to have how we want to operate and kind of it's our thing, you know. It means something to us. I mean, it's an acronym for mission over other stuff.
Okay.
And it's just it's a 12 as one type of play that our guys. It's organic to our guys and something they believe in, and I think it's great.
Mission over bull, Brock. Mission over bull.
Mm-hmm.
You like it?
I do, and I like it most importantly. Why?
Because the
player's voice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
This wasn't the coach coming up with it. It wasn't an outside consultant coming up with it. It wasn't. No, man. Mission over BS. Like, this is about us. Like, enough of the excuse making. We got what we need. Kind of what the Mariners became in August and September, right? With the additions they made, and a couple edgy players they brought in, and the good vibes they brought in. Like, it's mission. I don't care about all this outside noise. I don't care about all this other crap. It's about us, and it's about the mission. And the fact that it was player-led, that's the best part of all of it.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know, 1/4 every hour here on
and that's the Brock and Salk show, right? The byline. When that consultant asked us, hey, man, what is the Brock and Salk show? We were like, mob ties, M-O-B.
Mob ties. Do you think that Mike didn't realize that mob ties are also like being tied to the mafia? Or because he definitely didn't seem like that had even occurred to him when I said it.
Mob ties? What are mob ties?
Oh, now you're insulting me and the players. Like, yeah, that's what I do. Apparently, I sure don't mean to, but it just seems to work out that way.
Can you insult Klatt off the top?
No, I don't want to do that. No, everything is too tense today, Brock. Last couple days, everything is too tense in Seattle. But Joe Klatt will join us next. Stick around. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports on 710.
What a ride.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
We watch stars reach new heights.
Julio, a tremendous catch slamming into the wall. The no-fly zone in full effect.
We saw history.
Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow!
Congrats on a great run, boys. From your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, luxury waits right now at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, and hotel. You know about the casino, but what they've done with the new hotel is really spectacular. The rooms are awesome, perfect for a quick little getaway. How about the new sports bar with 66 TVs and great views, great food? You got the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, which is great. And then I just love what they did with the pool, man. It's this whole indoor, outdoor, like, it is cool. You got to go see it to believe it, but you'll love it. I promise. You can find out more at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it. because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Every year we see a spike in serious accidents involving motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians occurring in the few days after daylight saving time. If you are injured in an accident, protect your legal rights with an experienced team of lawyers who know how to get results. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 to request a free legal consultation or get my free book on car accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
In today's competitive world, standing out isn't optional anymore. I'm Rusty George, and my agency helps builders, manufacturers, and material suppliers get louder and get noticed in order to bring in new customers. From effective brand strategies to websites and marketing campaigns that drive business, Rusty George is for builders just like you. No fluff, just results. You can build the future. We'll help you build your new business pipeline. Visit rustygeorge.com today. rustygeorge.com.
Your time is money, so why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Angie Mentink in an hour, and trash takes. You got a trash take for me today, Brock?
I might.
Okay, good.
I'm working on it.
All right. Are you going to go back to your well?
I think a trash take I just witnessed as you were walking into the room. I just witnessed a trash take.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Joel asked Lyle, "Oh, how are you doing?" And Lyle's like, "Yeah, we're good. We're good."
Well, that's not
like,
true. Lyle's not good at all.
That's a trash take, Lyle.
Lyle's the biggest Mariner fan we know. He barely is functioning. He yesterday I thought somebody had passed away in his life, Joel.
Yep.
So I guess we'll start there. Let's ask you.
Sorry, Lyle.
Yeah.
Yes.
He needs more than a few sorries. Let's. What is the worst
Most
gut
devastating,
punch, devastating
most
loss.
Devastating loss of your life.
You've either felt as a fan or player or witnessed as a broadcaster.
Or like when you were 12, like
yeah. Oh gosh. Unfortunately there's too many to mention. There was, all right, quickly. So we went to Texas A&M, lost in overtime, and we had played really well offensively, and it's in Kyle Field, environment's great, and we score to take the lead. Our defense gives up a field goal, they tie it. They go out on offense first. We hold them to a field goal, and we're like, touchdown wins it. And our really, really good back who never fumbles gets the ball punched out, and it's just like over. But fumble, recovery, and that was a tough locker room. We got beat 70-3 in the Big 12 championship game against Texas before they went
a different kind of loss.
To win.
Yeah.
They won the national championship that year. That was Vince Young's year. But thankfully, I wasn't in the locker room. I was in the hospital at the end of that game, so that was a tough one. As a fan, I mean, growing up a Bronco fan, like those 3 Super Bowls that they lost were pretty crushing. And then also the one that really was the worst, the year before they went on their 2 Super Bowl run, they were the number 1 seed and lost the divisional round to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I remember that.
Do you remember that? The Mark Brunell Jaguar team. And Elway was getting late in his career. And that one was like, oh, this is never going to happen, you know? And so as a Bronco fan, that was the most crushing defeat because it felt like Broncos are never going to win a Super Bowl.
That actually led to the Patriots getting to the Super Bowl, so it made an 18-year-old Mike Salk pretty happy. So I'm sorry for your challenge there, but that's a good example because the team ends up winning the Super Bowl not just the next year but the next 2. And that's sort of what we're hoping this is. We're hoping this is the 2003 Red Sox, the 2012 Seahawks, teams that suffered these devastating last-second losses but then found a way the next year to really kind of start their run. What does it take? What does it take to get over the trauma of the, defeat snatched from the jaws of victory and win the next year?
I think you have to lean into it personally. And by the way, every sport is littered with this, by the way. Littered with this. Remember, like even in the NBA, it took – remember the Pistons couldn't beat the Celtics until they did, and then they won a few championships. The Bulls couldn't beat the Pistons, and then they did, and they won all those championships. Like that happens all the time. Even like the Cowboys and 49ers were going back and forth, and those losses motivate and drive you forward. The 2003 Red Sox lose in Game 7 in the ALCS to the Yankees on Boone's home run. They come back from 2003 and win the World Series the next year. So it's definitely something that you can lean into. Even in college football, think about, Michigan couldn't beat Ohio State. Then they finally beat Ohio State, but they lose to TCU. That drives them towards their championship. It happened with Florida and Alabama. I mean, the sports are littered with these examples. And so that's what I think the Mariners are obviously in their fan base. You guys are all hoping happens because that was devastating, in particular after what happened in Game 5 and just the euphoria of what Game 5 was with Eugenio with his just flowing. Like, how does he not have a Head and Shoulders deal? My goodness. Yeah. Like the hair is incredible.
It's really remarkable.
Like vintage 95 Vinny Castilla from growing up in Colorado, watching those Rocky teams.
Mora thinks he's had a Brazilian blowout. I don't know what that is, but that's what Mora has suggested.
Well, because as a
I don't know what that
curly
means.
hair. In the past, his hair has looked curly, and it's so straight. Even after the champagne shower when they won, I think he's had a. It's a.
You've never had a Brazilian
treatment.
blowout? You never had that song?
I have not.
No.
I plan to. Now
I haven't either.
Yeah, but
I
now,
do use. I've been thrown.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if you ever have a Nebraska game, Matt Rule's wife owns some blowout, centers there in Lincoln where you go in and get your hair done, and she's like a stylist of that nature. So just put that in your back pocket. Yeah.
Matt owns a blowout last week at Minnesota, so
Yes,
that's fun.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So let's shift gears a little bit. I texted you about an hour ago. Obviously, we're talking a ton of Seahawks. We'll get to Damon Williams and what you saw in person in Ann Arbor. But once again, man, I don't know if you were up late watching Sam. I said this to you last week that, man, I think you and I and DJ will all appreciate Sam because he plays a position we all played in the way we all used to play it, from the pocket, try to be on time and on target. Not his best game, statistically speaking, and a sack fumble in the end zone and everything else. But, he's look at 5-2 going into a bye week, top the division. How much of a role does Sam Darnold play in that, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, listen, you don't win the style of games that they're winning without your quarterback playing well. I do think, listen, is Sam ever going to be the guy that takes your team above the X's and O's? I'm not sure about that. I don't want to throw like cold water on it, Brock, but he is a guy that can make up for and erase some mistakes through his efficiency. And that's something that I think is valuable. And I think Mike McDonald feels like that's valuable. And they're probably, in their eyes, building a roster that they feel like is a really solid complementary roster, where they maybe don't need that guy to go above the X's and O's and be the pinnacle player, for a win every single week. And they're going to go rely on a lot of different facets of their game. Go ahead.
Let me stop you there. How many guys in today's NFL, of the 32 starters, Joe Burrow's out, Lamar's out, how many guys today are going above the X's and O's?
2 for sure, Josh and Patrick, and maybe Herbert at times. And I might be leaving one out, but that's probably it. Stafford. I think Stafford can go above. Yep. That's probably it, Brock. Would you add another one? With Lamar out and with Joe Burrow out, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I think Jalen Hurts is a very similar guy to Sam. Now, he had his breakout game and threw it really well down the field, but he's by and large, hey, man, I'm an X's and O's guy, and if I play in rhythm with that, with the rest of the guys, can be one of the better quarterbacks in the league. I mean, isn't that the bucket Sam can be in?
100%. And by the way, I think it's more valuable to have a guy that will make sure to play the efficient foundational style of football. And then it's a plus if he goes over and beyond. This is the problem with the Bears and Caleb Williams, is that he wants to play in that plus above and beyond all the time, but doesn't take care of the foundational principles. To me, it is algebra 1 before algebra 2. Like, you've got to master that. And if you can do that, then your team can be successful and go to the playoffs and maybe make a run, depending on the structure of the team and how foundationally well it's built and the complementary style with which you can play. But that's why this is not something to scoff at. When we say like, foundational or system quarterback, there's all these bad connotations as if you're trying to knock these guys. I'm not. In fact, to me, it's a lot more valuable than a guy that has all the skill but won't do those things. Like, if you're drafting between Sam Darnold and Caleb Williams right now, it's not a close pick. You take Sam Darnold every day of the week.
Yeah, so then what can you do in the NFL with, let's call it a solid quarterback, the quarterback you just described, a smart head coach who doesn't make a lot of dumb mistakes during games, and a defense that is playing at a top 5 level right now. Certainly up front, they're about as good as you're going to find in the NFL. What can a team with those 3 qualities accomplish?
Well, I mean, Brock Purdy went to a Super Bowl, and played for a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts, we just put into that category. And obviously he can do a little bit more with his legs and maybe earn you a couple of first downs that maybe Sam wouldn't, but they won the Super Bowl. We saw a Denver team in Super Bowl 50 that, even though he had a Manning on his back, he was a shell of his former self and ended up winning a Super Bowl. You guys in Seattle won a Super Bowl with a guy that can't even beat out Jackson Dart. So it's like that. You can go play at the top end. You can. That's not meant to be a shot. It's just, I guess.
It's a little bit of a shot.
I mean,
it's a little bit.
But it's true. I mean, shots are – if it's true, I don't know what to tell you.
What do you think of him and Sean Payton's little beef yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't like Sean's got to know better than that. That seemed a little personal. But that relationship was like oil and water, and the style with which Sean wants you to play and the style that Russ wants to play was never the right mixture. And,
I'll tell you this.
Unfortunately for Russ, is like Sean's not wrong, by the way. Sean's not wrong.
He's not. It was also the most endearing thing, and I've seen Russ do in 6-7 years. It was the first open, honest, real, authentic thing I've seen Russell do. Like, hey, screw you, man. Like, I loved it. It wasn't like, well, he has his opinion, and I'm just going to name the 12 different people on my offensive line. Like, he actually was real, a real human being who had an emotional response to something that was said to him, and it wasn't an automaton, pre-written, phony, here's my, legacy, and this is how I want to be perceived. It was, I'm mad. I loved it. I thought it was honestly the most I felt for Russ in how long has he been gone? 4 years plus another 1 or 2 before that? Probably 5 or 6 years.
I don't disagree with that. Mm-hmm. I mean, standing up for himself. He did win a Super Bowl, went to another. Was unfortunately the reason they lost that one, but yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, Joel. In those years, you're talking about.
What do you want from me, Saul?
No, I love it. It's a take.
That is
love
the case.
In those years,
it's not a take. That's the truth.
He's the reason they lost.
He threw it right into Malcolm Butler's stomach.
We're not going there.
We're not going to relitigate this. We have
After
enough
Monday
trouble.
night, we are not going
what
there.
Happened in the
We're
seventh
not
inning.
going there.
We can't go there today. We just can't. Hey, DJ said something to us last week that I wanted your opinion on because I really liked it.
He's so smart. Whatever he said, I agree with.
I think you will. I think you're going to love this one. He essentially said that a defense can be great when bigs run and littles tackle. When the guys in the back end are willing to stick their nose in and the guys up front are willing to run.
Isn't that so simple but so good?
Yes, it's so good. It's so good. We were talking about, as a crew last week, getting ready for the Michigan-Washington game, about, what Michigan didn't do against USC and so on and so forth. And I just kept coming back to all the meetings I used to have with Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's beauty as a coach is his simplicity. That it didn't matter what was going on. He would say, we got to sustain blocks, destroy blocks, and tackle well. And that's another version of what you're exactly, that's another way to say exactly what DJ said. If your bigs play big and your littles tackle well in space, it's going to be really difficult for anybody to sustain offensive success, because part of what you're relying on as an offense, at least I've always felt like, is that you're relying on your system to put your players in a position where they can defeat someone in a matchup. So if the defense, if your littles are winning that matchup, or if your bigs are winning that matchup, if you're getting your bigs into a position where they can own the football game, then you're going to win. This game, as complicated as we try to make it, is still about simplicity. By the way, baseball's still about simplicity. Pound the strike zone, like be on time for the fastball when it arrives. Like all of these things, foundations are so important. We just talked about foundational quarterback play and how it has to be there before we go above and beyond. And what DJ was saying, bigs play well, littles tackle. It's simple and profound and true, and it's the equation in order to go have success in the sport at any level.
Joel, are you sure he said sustain and not strain? Because I think I heard Jim Harbaugh say strain 100,000 and 52 times in our production meetings. Strain or sustain? What do you think?
Strain was one of those. There's no doubt. In fact, last week in our meeting with Sharon Moore, he busted out his Harbaugh impression. He was like, I talked to Jim after last week, and he said, hey, we just got to be better. Got to be, find a way to, one play better than them, grind the meat. And I was like, yes, that's exactly the case, which is also like I have coach crushes. I'm sure you did as well, Brock, when you meet with him and you're just like, yeah, I love what this guy is about, the way he talks about his players. I felt like that about Mike McDonald when I was with, and covering Mike when he was at Michigan. And what I loved most about Mike is that everything he talked about as a defensive coordinator, and this is obviously the college level back in 2021, everything he talked about was in complement to the rest of the things that was going on the team. And he and Jesse Minter used to talk about this idea or philosophy or theory where we're going to rely on ourselves and our foundation and our blocking and our tackling, and we're going to be in a close game in the third quarter. It's going to happen, whether we're, scoring to tie it or scoring to take a one possession lead. And then they would both say, and then that was our time, like poker, to shove the chips in the middle of the table and maybe create something and get aggressive, versus trying to create something and get aggressive at all points in the game. And then maybe you're giving up something free or you're giving up something cheap to the opponent that puts you at a disadvantage. And that's something that I always used to love about Mike. And I still talk with Mike to this day just because I loved our conversations.
We'll make this a little Washington Wednesday here, since you had the team on Saturday. Not just what did you see, but specifically with Damon Williams. I know he had a tough second half especially, but how far does he need to go to get to where he can be and where the team needs him to be?
He's closer than you would expect. You think that that's some sort of travesty performance, but really it was two things. One is, okay, so on the first interception, not to get too technical, I did not love the play design. If you're going to run a slant, which is a quick throw into the short side of the field, in particular in college with the wide hash marks, you really don't want to force the quarterback to have to read windows. Now, a slant to the field is different because the walkout player is always going to be there, and you have to occupy that walkout player, the support player, with something, whether it's, like a lookie or an inside slant or a swing route with the back. And so the quarterback kind of understands that field or wide side slant throw is going to be something where I'm going to have to sit on my third step and just pause for a beat. Am I giving it to him right away based on structure, or am I going to have to wait a beat for that second window? And the first interception, what happened is that they put the back offset into the short side, and then he did not check release. He just released right away. It's called a scat release. At least that's the way that we used to say it. So he scat released to the boundary, but what that did is it drugged the linebacker directly into the slant window. So he either was misaligned or that's just a poor design, because into the boundary, that has to be a quick throw. And so Damon Williams throws it quick right away, and Cole Sullivan, the linebacker, was just dragged into the window right away. And he didn't even realize what he was doing. He wasn't even defending the slant.
Joel,
I don't think he was even reading the eyes of the quarterback.
You can't give that full explanation not more than 5 minutes after blaming Russell Wilson for the Super Bowl. You can't. You cannot do both of those things within 5 minutes of each other. Russell has was throwing to Ricardo Lockett, his 8th best wide receiver. He's got the other Jermaine Kearse getting blown up rather than taking out Brandon Browner on the play. Like, you can't give all of that and then stare into the camera and say Russ threw the pick, it's all on him. You can't do that. That's not right.
Russ threw the pick at the goal line, and that's all on him. And here's why. Let me explain why. Is because you have the ability as a quarterback at the NFL level to audible. You have the keys to the car more so at that level than you do at the opposite level. And I don't care what was called. Who was it? Schottenheimer?
It was Darryl.
The OC? Bevel, sorry. I don't care what was called. That ball goes to Marshawn. Like, we all know that.
Well,
we all know that. And, I mean, there were times, like, for instance,
we're not talking about this play.
We can't do this now.
So we're not doing this.
It's my fault. That's my fault.
Don't do that.
I own that. It's Washington
Let's
Wednesday.
go back to Damon
Brought
Williams.
to you by
Let's
Star
go back
Rentals.
to Rentals. And then the second pick that he throws in that fourth quarter, the other one, the tip ball and everything, that is what it is. You're trying to take a shot, come back. That's just quarterback play. But then the other one, and I'm not trying to give Damon all the excuses, but it's zone coverage, and he's got a stick route to the tight end. A stick route, Salk, just so you know, is 5 yards and out. But it's not just an automatic breakout because it's an interior route. And so the tight end has always got to understand that he's man zone rules. And against zone, it's more of like a hook and settle. And you're giving your numbers to the quarterback right there. And he's just throwing opposite number of where the defender is behind him. Well, his tight end breaks out as if he's in straight man coverage and just runs out of his stick route. So he throws it at a spot. And then it's behind the tight end, and everyone's like, "Oh, DeMond, what a terrible throw!" And it's like I would be over there just sitting next to the tight end, with something in front of my face, and I would be like, "Are you serious? Like, do you want me to put that pick on your stat sheet? Like that?" And it would be a healthy conversation over there. So how close is DeMond Williams? Close. I mean, those are small mistakes. And if they don't make them, they're right in the game. It's 7-7 at the time of that first interception. And they're playing hard and they're playing pretty well. I was more concerned that they weren't able to stop the run. And Michigan got back to first principles and ran the football effectively. And when Michigan was able to run the football effectively, what it allowed them to do is put Bryce Underwood in a position where he didn't have to drop back and pass. Almost everything was outside of the pocket, play action style, you putting defenders in conflict. And so Michigan had this identity back on the offensive side, which made it really difficult on Washington to come back and win that game. And then the other part of this is Wink Martindale, the defensive coordinator for Michigan, against his own nature, decided to not blitz. And if you're going to play DeMond Williams, I think you rush 3 or 4, and now the blueprint is out. You put more people in coverage. Yeah. You force him, not a heavy rush, but you force him to stay in the pocket, and that's where I would say he needs to grow and become better.
Joel, do you realize that if Jermaine Kearse just comes off the ball in any fashion and does not get mugged by Brandon Brown, it just comes off.
You realize they only had one timeout, so if you run the ball and get stopped, now you've got to call your time. Yeah, it gets complicated in a hurry.
Yeah, but we can debate it.
We've only been debating it for 11 years now here on the station and here on the show and here in Seattle. And we'll probably be doing the same thing with the 7th inning now.
And at times, as a quarterback, there are constants in your concept where you just have to have faith and trust that certain things are going to take place. Like, for instance, in pass protection, I'm responsible for that player or 2 players, and I just have to trust that everybody else is blocked. Like, I can't be sitting there worried about the guys that are accounted for in the protection. And now on that play, to your point, Salk, I'm going to give you credit here. To your point, he is not expecting Kearse to get absolutely mugged at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Nope.
I'll give you that.
All right, we got to go. We'll have to debate this when everyone in Seattle isn't in such a sour mood to begin with after what happened the other night. Thankfully, the Seahawks are looking pretty
interesting tangent.
I know. Yeah, that's just terrible radio.
Take care of your director, Rich Dewey, like Lyle and like a lot of Mariners fans. He's hurting.
They need help.
Yeah. By the way, I got a text from Rich last week. And he was like, "I heard you mentioned me on the radio," so I got to give him his flowers again.
All right.
There you go.
We got to run. Thanks, Joel. We'll do it next week.
I'm sure we will.
There you go. There's Joel Klatt. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Oh, man. You asked me earlier, Maura, if I wanted to just, retire and go follow Rush around the country. Yes, of course that's what I want to do, but I haven't been planning for it for long enough. In fact, you can't just retire on a whim. You got to plan and have a date in mind and what you're going to do money-wise once your, steady stream of income goes away. And you need help with all of that planning. It's why you talk to Trajan Wealth. You can call them at 206-466-3300. Maybe if you've got an old 401k with a previous employer, if you want to move that over, that can create higher investment costs. So that's just like one little thing that they would know that I certainly wouldn't know. So if you have an old 401k, you're not sure what to do with it, call Trajan Wealth today. Discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Those are a couple of key qualities, things like Low expenses, manager tenure, tax efficiency. Yeah, those are really important when you're making these long-term plans for your future. So call Trajan Wealth today. Set up just a complimentary introductory meeting. See if it works for you. 206-466-3300, 206-466-3300, or you can go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Hewitt and Mike Salk.
Our final hour of today's version of the Brock and Salk Show, a beautiful Wednesday, Brock, and we'll talk to Angie Mentink coming up in, a half hour, and then Trash Takes right after that. There was an interesting conversation with Joel Klatt, and I really, honestly, I've seen some people trying to compare, what happened Monday night with that Super Bowl in 2014. I don't see that.
I can't get there.
I think there are some similarities, obviously, in terms of the defeat snatched from the jaws of victory and, starting to think that maybe you'd won. But I see the situations as pretty different, and I think there are just better comparisons.
I mean, if you want some commonalities, right? We both dismiss it, but if you want some commonalities, remember in that Super Bowl, you were up, right? You were largely, I wouldn't say in control, but you had a lead that was pretty significant, and you've got a 3-1 lead with 9 outs to go on that stage. That's a fairly significant lead.
Yep.
And then there's the decision-making process, and some great debate about that. And certainly the narrative, and Chris Collinsworth put that, hammer right on that nail right in that moment, saying it was the worst decision ever. And I think as we've played sound today and you hear from a lot of analysts, I think most would say that was a really poor decision.
Yeah, no, I think in those ways, yes, agreed. But because they had already won, because of the fracture inside of that team that play and moment exposed, those things I think are going to change it enough that I prefer the comps I made just because of, I think they fit a little bit better of the 2012 Seahawks blowing it. Now, that wasn't a decision.
If that was Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, then it would feel a little bit more similar.
We're getting a little closer to that.
The 03 ALCS really is a good fit, and I know that doesn't work for everybody, and I know people get mad when I bring up the place I was born, Boston, but the fit is very similar. I mean, the Red Sox at that point, 86 years or 85 years of frustration, and they're playing their rival. That part's a little bit different, but a manager who, I think people saw it in slow motion of like, how is this guy still in the game? Like, everyone could see he was toast and that you had relievers ready to go. And for whatever reason, it just kept going and going. And they blow a 5-1 lead only to end up losing 6-5 a couple innings later. So it's not exactly the same.
It'd be an interesting question with True Serum on the golf course, maybe in January, or I don't know if it will ever really occur. It'd be interesting, True Serum, because Pedro even felt like I shouldn't be out there. Right? I mean, I think that was not only the manager, not only the fans, not only the analysts. I don't know whether
Pedro felt that.
Oh, I think he was.
I mean, he's the one who argued to stay in, I think. If I remember it right. Maybe
really?
I'm misremembering that. I'll have to go take it back and look at that.
I heard people talking about this, and Pedro, at least, in the last couple days, and maybe, again, it's revisionist history. Who knows?
That's a good question. I don't remember. I shouldn't speak. I don't remember.
I would be fascinated to know what these guys thought on this team, what that bullpen thought, what Mooney thought, right? What JP thought. It would be pretty interesting what Cal, frankly, thought, right, in that process, because he's a very, very loud voice, and if they were all like, yeah, man, this dude's been nails. This is our guy. That he's built for this moment, and this is who we want. It'd be, because I think on the outside, it's really easy for all of us, and rightfully so, to have a very strong opinion on this and play in the armchair quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know whether I would find their comments that interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not.
Player-led team, the voice of the team. It'd be interesting if Cal would have been like, "No, Dan, we ain't doing this." Like, if he had that reservation.
Can't. I mean, like, that's just not a.
I understand.
It can't happen that way.
Understand.
The catcher doesn't get, audible power on which reliever is going to come into the game. Understood. And I don't really want them thinking about that stuff. And they shouldn't be going through those numbers. And they're concentrating on their own thing. And Cal's got to worry about calling the game. And he's got to think about his next at bat.
Totally understood.
I don't want any of those guys thinking about it. At the end of the day, they know who their best reliever is. I mean, like, I don't think that there's that much debate about who the best reliever on the team is. It's Andres Munoz. And that is the leverage spot of the game. And I saw somebody say, well, if you bring in, maybe the hope was, you know, you go to Bizzardo, but then you bring in Munoz for Vlad.
Yes.
Well, you can't do that unless Bizzardo gets out of the inning.
Mm-hmm.
The problem you've run into is with the rule that says you got to pitch to 3 batters.
Right.
Bizzardo comes in to get Springer. He's in there for 3 unless he gets both outs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a pretty big risk that now you're potentially throwing Bizzardo against Vlad as well. I'm sorry, man. That is now the leverage part of the game, and it's a reason that analysts are lining up one after another to say it. Like, that's the leverage point of the game. There may be another one that comes down the pike, and you could argue that
there would have been. Yeah, I think there certainly would have been. You know, with the way they make contact,
but it's not going to be as leveraged as 2 men on Springer and Vlad coming up.
Don't know that. It could, if you're in the 8th and the 9th and they get some people aboard and all of a sudden the bases are low, like, you don't know that. There could have very easily been.
You were in an extreme situation there, that if you can't get out of, Brock, there is no other leverage spot of the game. You have to get out of that leverage spot or else none of the other ones exist. You have to use what's there. And unfortunately, they don't do that. And look, the rest is history. That's so, right. We're not going to keep litigating this forever and ever. Hopefully, we're not still debating this 11 years later like we are with Joel Klatt and what happened with Russell Wilson at the goal line. My point is, we never talk about – there's a reason I don't remember that Pedro Martinez part of that story, Brock. I don't think about the 2003 ALCS ever.
I have him talking about it if you guys wanted it.
Well, hold on. We'll come back to it in a minute because I'm not mad about it anymore.
Right.
I mean, I wasn't mad about it 12 months later because they went out, they did what they needed to do in the offseason. They corrected some of their problems. They got better, and they won the World Series. And I don't think about Pedro Martinez blowing that game or hold animosity, at least not too much, against Aaron Boone. Well, a little bit, but not as much. I was able to talk to him on the phone a couple of times without wanting to, do horrible things to him. And the reason why is I think about Dave Roberts' steal, and I think about, Ortiz's walk-offs, and I think like all those things are more meaningful to me because you went out and surpassed the bad memory. The Seahawks haven't been able to do that yet. Maybe they will eventually. They certainly did after the 2012 loss. The next year, they gave everybody much bigger things to remember, and I think that's what the Mariners have the opportunity to do. It's still a good team. They were right there with the Blue Jays. I don't believe the Blue Jays were a significantly better team. But you have to go now and get yourself even better than you were this year. Take the hint from the Seahawks, who added Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett. Take a page out of the Red Sox book, who added Mark Bellhorn and obviously Kurt Schilling and Terry Francona. You got to go do what you need to do to get even better because those guys significantly contributed to the championships that those two teams won the next year.
Well said.
Thanks.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Oh, so much going on, so much happening. And if you are sitting here, what is today? Is today a Wednesday? Today's a Wednesday, hump day of the week. If you're sitting here on this Wednesday, like, okay, Brock's going to talk about First Mark Insurance. And for the first time, I'm actually going to listen to him because you know what? If he and Molly did it, Peg and Mike did it, many of his friends and family have done it. Maybe I need to do it as well and take this First Mark Insurance challenge because maybe you find yourself in the same boat that so many of my friends and my family have been in. And that is frustrated, stressed, I don't know, assuming your insurance is A, covering you, and B, at the right price point. Well, here's how First Mark will let you know whether or not they are. They fully analyze your current coverage. Then they go to the market. And unlike you and me, they've got dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. So that stress and confusion goes out the door. Think of it even better. Think of it this way with a sports analogy. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years unbelievably helping thousands of families successfully manage the world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. And oh, by the way, it's free. And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to Insurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
In today's competitive world, standing out isn't optional anymore. I'm Rusty George, and my agency builds websites and marketing strategies to help builders, manufacturers, and material suppliers get louder, get noticed, and bring in new customers. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
For over 50 years, they've redefined rock. The spirit lives on. Fleishman celebrate 50 years of Rush. 50-something tour, Saturday, October 10th. Climate Pledge Arena. Buy pre-sale tickets for City Card members Friday at 12 p.m. through Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Before the general public on sale Friday, October 31st at 12 p.m. Get tickets at rush.com.
Georgetown License reminds listeners 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Parents, please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Georgetown License, taking care of all your vehicle and vessel licensing needs for over 30 years. Online at georgetownlicense.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
An opportunity to start to look forward after a, obviously just debilitating loss on Monday night, and one that will stick with us for a long time because of the what ifs, but a chance now to start thinking about the future with a pretty good nucleus around here. Ryan Divish on yesterday with Bump and Stacy said, they've got some options to make this a great team moving forward.
Yeah, all the pieces are in place for them to get back, and a lot of people are saying this is only a beginning. It's only, that's all well and good that this is the beginning. But it's only the beginning if you continue to invest and build in your team and supplement your team. You have to. It was clear you needed another leverage arm in the bullpen, and you need other players. I mean, the 7, 8, 9 players that they had this year were not getting the results in the postseason that were needed. And I think you look at that and you say, okay, can we upgrade there? How do we upgrade there? And money shouldn't be an excuse, considering they went over their attendance totals from last year thanks to that final week of the season, and they're playing into the postseason and get a share of the postseason money.
Yeah, I mean, all those things should be a part of it, and you got a bunch of money coming off the books with the Mitches, and an opportunity to try to take what you've done and get better, and also find ways to utilize a lot of the young players that we've started to see make a contribution here.
I know baseball is a little different because of the rental situation for a couple months. So I'm trying to think of a comparison, Salk, and it's so different in basketball and in football because you don't have, necessarily rentals for a couple months like this. But I can't remember falling for a player in 2.5 months the way we have for Naylor. Maybe it's Michael Bennett. Maybe you signed Bennett and Averill, right? I think they both signed short-term deals, 1 or 2 year deals, and you're like, yeah. I can't imagine this defense without Michael Bennett. Like, you have to have him. And after these 2 months, it's been really, since at least doing this job with you for 17 years, I can't remember a player that has just captivated the imagination. And then, I don't even want to imagine what he's like if he's not on this roster. I mean, they have to have Josh Naylor. That's priority 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I think you and I see that exactly the same. And I don't know that there's any Mariner fan out there that doesn't agree. Lyle, priority 1 is signing Josh Naylor, right? You're going to say Kyle Tucker. But other than Kyle Tucker.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Maura, priority 1, signing Josh Naylor, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think if the 4 of us can all agree on that, we represent such disparate portions of the fan base that I would think, yes, everyone should agree that is the number 1 goal here this offseason.
I love that word.
The second thing
Disparate?
you need to know.
It's such a good word.
It's so close to desperate.
It sure is, but it's so different.
It's got a very different meaning. As opposed to solid and stolid, which basically mean the same thing.
Lyle, can you spell disparate?
No.
I don't even know if I've heard the word. Disperate.
Good job.
I mean, I'm actually a decent speller. I just don't know.
You just don't know what the word means.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Not like solid and stolid, which kind of mean the same thing. All right. Let's talk a little Seahawks, Brock, as they get another win to get to 5-2 and don't garner a tremendous amount of respect afterwards. They fall in the ESPN power rankings. Cowherd was taking. You want to hear some of Cowherd saying that he wasn't too impressed?
That was awful. Sam Darnold was inconsistent. 4 total giveaways, 12 penalties. They called a dumb trick play. Cooper Kupp throwing the ball. The good news, their defensive line, Seattle defensive line for 3.5 hours, man to man dominated Houston. I feel bad for C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud sits in the pocket, throws a beautiful ball. He's under total duress. They can't get the offensive line right, and Seattle's defensive front dominated. But Seattle was up 15 points at home in the fourth quarter.
He kind of goes on from there to say they just make too many mistakes to be great.
They did.
But I don't think that's who they are. I felt like that's who they were that night.
That's right. That's right.
I also don't think there's any team that's not making mistakes right now. There's no one really dominating.
Especially with the lead. Like, that seems to be the strangest thing in the NFL is just how hard it is to play with the lead.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see that one the same way as Colin did. It was also nice to talk to Mike McDonald yesterday, and we asked some specifics about various guys. I love what he had to say about Jaron Reed, Brock, who I think is having another monster, underrated season.
Well, first of all, he's a complete D tackle, so he can do everything you ask. I mean, it's not like he's not just a 3rd down, 3 technique rush. He can play the A gap when you need him to. He can play 5. He can play all across the front, which gives us some versatility with those guys, which is great. pass rush wise, also like not only is he a good like one-on-one rusher, he can push the pocket when he gets two guys on him, but he's also a good game runner. So like all those things apply. And the thing that sticks out to me is like this guy, he is responsible for like just the attitude of the team going into games on what the standard is. So he's kind of an enforcer on that level. But obviously the guys love him, and and he's himself, but he's a heck of a leader too.
Did he come up with MLB, I wonder? Mission over BS. I wonder if he was kind of probably one of the more vocal guys.
Might have
Speaking
been.
of which,
Yeah.
Thinking about that, remember on a couple occasions last year where he had to remind guys about the mission? You're not seeing that this year. There's not nearly some of those frustrations player to player, because that buy-in, as Mike said, and the players understanding that is at a different level than it was a season ago.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, tough night for the Kraken. They fall 4-1 on the road with Matt Murray making his debut in net. He's really tall. That's about all I got to say about that.
He's tall.
He's very tall. That's
very tall.
Really it. Didn't play great yesterday in his debut. Not a great way to earn more playing time, especially on a team with 3 goalies.
So have you taken a look at Alex Ovechkin's picture yet lately?
No.
The dude literally looks like he's 64 years old.
Well,
it is incredible.
He might be
40,
living some
41.
2-for-1s.
Yes.
Two for
Oh,
ones.
you think?
Yeah, he might.
Yes.
He might have a couple twofers in there.
He had an assist last night.
Of course he did. All right, that's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour. For the record, Lyle, it's DISPARATE. Not
It's
E,
close.
but yeah, it was close enough. We won't quibble about an E or an A here and there.
Nope.
It's not that important. All right. Trash takes coming up in 20. You guys got your trash takes? Lyle, have you got a trash take today?
Still looking, but I'm gonna have one.
Okay, you're running out of time here, man. So let's figure it out. I know Maura does. Brock,
Are
you
you
do?
surprised that Lyle waits
do.
to the last minute to do his homework?
No, but especially this week. I mean, the poor guy barely has gotten out of bed.
How long was that shower, Lyle? 45 minutes? How long did that water hit your head?
Too long.
What did you do with the clothing afterwards?
Did you set up the camera? Did somebody else set up the camera? I have so many questions.
Someone mentioned to me that the shower caddy was empty. Do you have soap?
It just wasn't on screen.
So many
Why
questions.
is it not in
about
the shower?
that.
There's nothing in the shower caddy, though. What's supposed to be in there? Do you have shampoo?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I don't know, it's off to the side somewhere. I don't know.
I don't know. Shut up.
Oh, man. Lyle.
It's a great shot.
Poor guy. He really is. You're in rough shape. Did you take this stuff out of the shot so nobody would look at what you were using in terms of products?
Axe. Shampoo.
Is that what happened?
No,
Come on,
it just
be honest.
wasn't- no, it just wasn't.
So you have a totally empty shower caddy hanging from the faucet? That can't be true.
Maybe that's just one of those things that like I never use, or like I used a long time ago and don't really use anymore.
Well, throw it out.
Yeah.
All right, you just haven't bothered to throw it out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. A loofah.
Do you share that shower with anyone, or is it just your shower?
No, it's mine. I probably never bothered to get rid of that thing.
All right, I'd still have more questions, but we're running out of time. We got to talk to Angie Mentink before trash takes. We'll do it next on Brian Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Germany. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Well, you better be ready because you know G's going to be talking about that when he comes in here on Friday. Hopefully not too cold in your house this time of year. If it is, you're probably wasting a lot of money in terms of energy costs. And that could just be because you don't have the right insulation or it's old or it's failing or whatever. And you can fix that pretty easily. You call Crawl Pros, get them to come out, do a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic, just like they did at my house. And if they've got to make some changes to the insulation, they'll do it. And here's the best part. If you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your crawl space and attic properly insulated. Yeah, 95% of the cost. But you got to act now. Many of these rebates end at the end of the year, including the federal incentives. So let Crawl Pros get your home properly insulated now before there's any cooler weather and you waste more money on those energy bills. Call Crawl Pros. They are the crawl space experts, and learn what's going on back there for free. That's right. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures, using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when you've got legal problems so biblical, not even an Etsy witch can turn your court case around. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when your ark is lost in divorce or when a whale swallows your defense attorney. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems hit biblical proportions, contact Bible Law Group and let our talented team of lawyers get to work, no matter the problem. Find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, man. We'll do trash takes coming up here in less than 15 minutes. Brock and Salk show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Let's see. A lot of comments saying to leave Lyle alone. I'm not being mean to Lyle, are we? Just want more information.
Salk, you viewed that Instagram and Twitter post of him in the shower. You said at least, 112 times?
No, probably 50. I thought it was
You said it's got over 100,000 views.
I
Been one of his most popular shots
It's
ever.
hilarious. It's so funny. It really did make me laugh out loud, Lyle. So nice job. Angie Mentink joins us now. Oh, Angie. How we feeling? How we doing,
This is
Angie?
therapy for me. This is therapy. It's good to talk these things out. It's good to talk these things out.
Yeah, but
so
is
I am,
it- but is
I am
it
on the
really?
couch, laid out. I think about my kids and how they'll tell the stories of how I raised them on a counselor's couch one day. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I am right now. So going through it.
All right.
Going through it.
Let's start quickly with what happened the other night and then maybe look big picture for a moment. We'll try to, ease the suffering over the course of 10 minutes or so. But what did happen? What happened in the seventh inning or throughout that game? Why aren't the Mariners playing in the World Series on Friday night?
Oh, it's just so frustrating. I mean, I would even go back to Game 6, and you look at, the team had 3 errors. They hadn't had 3 errors all season long. It was just sort of a sloppy game. But then you just loved how they came back in Game 7, and your stars showed up, and Julio and Cal, and you got the lead. And all right, this is where the Mariners make it happen. And I think that. Dan Wilson will be a different manager in year 2 than he was. This is his first year, full year managing, and he hasn't had a whole lot of experience at any level, going into this season. He'll be different in year 5. He'll be different in year 10. I mean, even the best that have ever, managed the game will tell you they learned. And I think that Dan would probably play this differently in Game 7 in 2026. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you listen to Dan and Dan saying, well, he's been our guy, he's been our pivot guy, and it's like maybe when you manage differently in the postseason, because you do. We talk all the time about like this, every single at bat, every single out, every 90 feet, just so critical in the postseason that in that position, he's not your pivot guy to get you to the 8th and 9th. It is who is the best guy here and figure out the 8th next and then figure out the 9th. So I think it becomes different. And yeah, you would have liked to have seen your best pitcher in that situation, and maybe not your third, and especially coming after 2 innings the day before. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things that in hindsight you can say like, well, why did he throw 2 innings in a 5-0 game? Maybe you bring him in for 1 inning, thinking, okay, if the offense gets us back in it. Do you know what I mean? But once they didn't, why have him throw again? Because you want him to be sharp if you need him in Game 7.
Aside from some of the decision making, just on a more global, big picture of those 7 games, one thing was abundantly clear: Toronto can hit, and they're hitting, versus the Mariners pitching. Was that more about Toronto? Is that good? Is that good offensively? Is that dominant offensively hitting, or was that more about the Mariners pitching just running out of gas here at the end of the year?
I think it's a few things, and their stars have definitely, been there for them. I mean, Vladdy is just ridiculous. 442 in the playoffs with damage, 6 home runs, and then Springer in October has been on another level. All but 2 of his hits have all been for extra bases. But the thing that jumps out to me was the bottom of their order. They're 5 through 9 guys. And we have seen teams do this to the Mariners in the regular season where they really went after the J.P. Crawfords and the Dom Canzones and everything because they know what's coming with the Mariners top of the order. And I think the Mariners pitchers did that. They tried to go after those guys, and those guys came through. Mm-hmm. And I think really when you look at the difference in this ALCS, it was the bottom of the Dodgers order. And I think the strategy was good for the Mariners because obviously you can see what the top of the order did. They are incredibly talented. And I love you guys. And I know, listen, I'm forward thinking, okay? I'm forward thinking, but I do love it every once in a while where the game comes back around. And, the days of the all or nothing, they're still there. And the Mariners, scored a lot of their home runs via the long ball. But I love what the Dodgers are doing. They put the ball in play. They are incredibly hard to strike out. Of how the game comes back, it's cyclical. What was old is new again.
Mm-hmm. So you're a little more on the Heward side of the Heward and Salk debate on this one of just putting the ball in play a little bit more and the advantages that come with that opportunity.
Well, you've got to have both, and I thought that's why the Mariners were so poised to do well in the postseason because they had all the things. They get on base because that's how you have to have the home run. You absolutely do. But how do you make that a 2-run home run or a 3-run home run? Is it walking? And the Mariners were really good at that. So they walked and they had traffic in front of their home runs, and they had good, solid starting pitching. They had a great bullpen. I mean, they had all of the things. So I thought that they were poised to do great things in the postseason because I think they were built. So actually, what I'm telling you is I'm straddling both of you. Home run's incredibly important, but,
I think there's arguments to be made for both. I don't know that losing by 1 run in Game 7 of the ALCS can be an argument against the philosophy. I mean, they were right there. So what did you learn this year, Angie? You were around the team. I mean, you've obviously been around the team every year, but in a slightly different role this year, and what'd you learn? What'd you learn about these Mariners and about baseball being around this team every day in that capacity?
That is a really good question. I think that I saw this team evolve over the course of the season, and I don't want to put more pressure on the Mariners front office than there's already there to sign Josh Naylor. But I saw him as really when this team took off. I mean, yes, Gino was there and the two of them made an impact, but I have never seen one person have a bigger impact on the way a team plays. I mean, this guy came in and all of a sudden, guys are emulating what he's doing. They're seeing what he's doing, one of the slowest guys in the league stealing bases. They're seeing him take that inner angle towards second base. I saw Julio do the same thing to try to cut off the angle from the first baseman trying to throw to second. He does so many little things. And even in the Game 7, ball off the dome.
Oh, my God.
That
awesome.
was just so, it was so Josh Naylor. And I just love the way that this guy plays. And I saw this team come together. And I really do hope that we see Josh Naylor in a Mariners uniform because he was just the missing piece. He was just that one little missing piece. And so that was pretty incredible to see the team come together. Now, having said that, Scott Hunter and the job that he has done, Jerry and Justin and everything they did to put, all the chips to the middle of the table to try to win this year was impressive and not waste a season that Cal has had. And I've thought about this a lot. It's like, we're going to be talking about these guys, for years to come, 20, 30 years from now. And I'm like, no, I don't think we are. I think we're going to be talking about what the 2026 team did, 4 years to come, because I do think that this team is poised to do incredible things moving forward.
Do you anticipate hearing how banged up some of the guys were that we never hear, right, during the season and even in this run? Do you anticipate when we get kind of the next tidbit of information that we may see a surgery here, a surgery there, there's going to be some further news on what guys battled through?
Oh, 100%. And I know of guys. I mean, I know guys were being held together with duct tape. But if you talk to any of them, listen, everybody's hurt at this point. All guys have something, going on. So I don't think that, after the course of 162 regular game season and then going all the way through Game 7, nobody feels great.
No, but
probably
it is important
Cal Raleigh's going to be in an ice bath for 2 weeks.
But don't you think it's important, especially with, say, the starting rotation, to understand, not that it's an excuse for why you didn't advance farther or guys didn't pitch as well or hit as well or whatever, but I would think you got to have that information in order to really understand what changes need to be made and what was unfortunate circumstance in that moment. If the pitching wasn't dealing with something, then all of a sudden you got to start having a starting pitching conversation. But if Logan was dealing with something and Bryce, we know, was dealing with something, and then it's like, okay, well, then I assume that they're just going to come back next year and be the version of themselves they've been in the past.
Well, some of those things, and you're talking specifically about starting pitching. I'm not going to speculate in regards to like surgeries or things that are needed, because in some ways, sometimes you go in and try to clear something up and it can make it worse. So, they'll have discussions about that. I agree with you. But it goes to show you just how rare 2024 was, when you have so much health in your starting rotation. I think you look around baseball, and this is kind of the norm. And so, guys need weeks, sometimes months, because they are full velocity, full effort guys. And you're going to have that. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure sort of where to go with that one, as far as, and I hate to even, try to speculate on injuries, but guys get hurt. It takes weeks and sometimes even months to heal, but hopefully with the off season, guys will be back. And one thing that the Mariners did, and I'm not saying that had an effect at the end, because I'm all of the mindset. I'm riverboat gambler. I win today and I figure out how to win tomorrow. But I think the Mariners came out of the gates really hot this year because of that mindset of games in April and May are just as important as August and September. And I think that in years past, they have been very careful, especially because this was also a much younger staff, going back. They were really slow playing them. They were super careful innings. And you saw they were in incredible shape and positioned last year because of that philosophy for their starting pitching. They were so careful with them. They were in great shape to be super strong and pitch their very best at the end of the year. So I don't know how they'll go back and look at that and figure out what we can do differently. We want to come out hot, but we got to make sure that we're still there at the end.
The Trash Master has got to award a trash take here in just a minute, Angie. But my last thing for you, as you're laying on the couch there working through this session, is I think of the great Kevin Calabro talking about this 50,000 watt blowtorch we have right here that can message from Canada to Oregon and up and down I-5 and all of our friends and Mariners fans in Montana and Idaho and Eastern Washington. If you would give them, from your position you sat in this year, closer to this team than any of us were, if you would give them a piece of encouragement to leave this season and push into 2026, some vision and some hope, what would it be?
You got the pieces back. I talked about trying to get Josh Naylor back, but you think about Julio. He's already got 30 seasons. He's coming back. He's going to be here forever. He's going to be a Mariner. Cal, Wu, Gilbert, Miller, Munoz, Robles, Randy, JP. I mean, everyone in the rotation is signed for 2 more years. You've got the rotation. You've got a mix of really talented young players. I think, obviously, I'm going to say, have I said it enough that I think that they should try to do whatever they can to get Josh Naylor? But there's everything in place here to make a run, for this to be a beginning and not an end. And going back to what I said, I love 2025. It was an incredible season. It was magical. I mean, Cal, I will never forget the moments that he gave me, not just as a broadcaster, but as a Mariner fan. But I do believe we're going to be talking about the 2026 Mariners in the 50th season of this franchise. And less And putting away the 95s and the 2001s, I think that the greatest things are still ahead and in front of this team.
I think that's very well said, just as it was for you all year long. Angie, just wanted to say, great job. Congratulations on your first season, sort of regularly in the booth, doing color. I thought it was great. Loved hearing you as often as we did. You are you're such a fresh voice talking baseball, and we just love it. Love everything about you. Thank you so much for doing it this year, and thank you for joining us today.
Guys, thank you so much. And you know what? I mean, Brock knows this. The first year you do it, you're not your best. It's just the first year you've done it. So, year 2 for me, year 3 for me, I'll continue to work hard, get better, figure out, my sweet spot and what you need to do and what you need to do less of. So
love it. Angie, you're the best. Thank you. Seriously, we love you, and we'll talk to you soon.
You got it, guys.
All right, there you go. The great Angie Mentink. And I love Angie. I think she's such a great voice for baseball, and just listening to her, I love the way she thinks about, and talks about the game. So,
did you know she was a riverboat gambler?
I didn't know that, but I don't think I needed a tremendous amount. I mean, it didn't shock me. Let's just say that. All right, Maura brought me my hat, Brock. You know what time it is.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
I don't look like trash. I got my hat on. Trash Master here. Let's see what you guys got for me today. The Trash Master will choose the worst, trashiest take of the week. Brock, go first. What do you got?
No, I can't. I got to find mine. I deleted it. Now I got it. Gosh darn
Maura,
it.
why don't you go first? Maura's always on top of this stuff.
No.
All right, I have this is someone I've used recently, but I think this one is fitting. It is Chris Mad Dog Russo on First Take. He has a Mariners opinion.
Oh, good. I'm sure he knows a lot about them.
The Mariners haven't been to the World Series since they've been in the sport. They got a 2-0, 3-2, and then a 3-1 lead in Game 7. And Springer hits the ball to the moon in the bottom of the 7th inning. That is Seattle's never going to get over it. That's how bad that loss was.
Never going to get over it. He also seems like he's gleefully laughing, and he's really enjoying it.
Well, I guess. Yeah, that's a terrible take.
You look so stupid in the hat.
Do I?
So great.
I think it looks pretty good.
You've tried different looks. Last week, you tried to put it up on top of your head, and you looked like Dopey Dwarf.
Yeah.
Now, do you have the whole hat over your headsets?
Other way around. The headset's, over my ear. It goes ear, hat, headset. So I'm listening to the headphones through the hat.
So good.
You guys are echoing a little. But that's a good one, Maura. I like that.
All right.
Mad Dog Russo. Lyle, did you come up with one?
Yeah, I got one. So this one comes down from Houston, and it's from this guy, John McClain, who I think covered the Texans for a long time.
Years, yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, with this George Springer hit by pitch in Game 5, you know who's honestly taken the most offense to it? Astros fans. Not even Blue Jays fans.
I think that makes sense.
Really?
I mean, why was he being booed? Because of his time with the Astros.
Yeah, that's true. But I just roll my eyes at this. Again, Springer's been off the Astros for a while now. He's been in Toronto for almost 5 years. And McClain tweets, after Springer got hit in the knee and was rolling on the ground in Seattle, the Mariners fans cheered because he was hurt. Tonight, he got to stick it right up their classless collective rear ends. That's his take.
Wow. Yeah, I saw a lot of these takes.
This is where I think it's getting ridiculous. Again, you're taking what was likely a couple of fans who shouldn't have been doing what they were doing into a whole city. That's not true. And we talked through this.
John McClain.
I feel a bit hypocritical doing this, but I'm going to do it. Seahawks top defensive grades via PFF versus the Texans.
Okay.
Number 1, Boye Mafe. Good game, 83.4.
Huh.
Number 2, Kobe Bryant, 76. Number 3, Brandon Peely. Number 4, Byron Murphy. Number 5, Reek Woolen. One of his better grades, one of his better games. Number 6, Nicky Manwari. 7, Ty O'Connor, good game. 8, DeMarcus Lawrence. 9, Drake Thomas, everywhere. NFL coach texted me about how good he was. 9, Josh Jobe. 10, Mike Morris.
Okay.
With the 11th best grade versus the Texans, PFF grades Leonard Williams.
Well, that's absurd. Come on.
61.4.
Wow.
What are we even doing here?
All right. Thank you. You guys have made it pretty easy for me this week. Thank you. Lyle, you know I'm never going to say a guy named John McClain had the worst take. I mean.
Why, Lyle? Why would he say that?
Again, it just seems ridiculous.
But his name is John McClain.
Lyle, why would John McClain never, ever win? The name John McClain. John McClain.
Go watch Die Hard, Lyle. Go watch Die Hard. My God, man. John McClain. Plus, I don't know. I understand why the Astros fans are maybe a little upset about that. Mora, it's a horrible take from Mad Dog, but not a surprising one in any way. He knows nothing about Seattle, and it's weird that he doesn't know anything about the history of baseball and the number of places that have gotten over significant losses like that. But okay, thanks, Mad Dog. You show yourself for who you are once again. This one's actually pretty easy, Brock. You win. Pro Football Focus not having Leonard Williams in their top 10 of Seahawks is an invalidating problem. What? You've invalidated yourself. There needs to be a quality control on those things for when it's like, hey, wait a minute, did we just do something outrageously dumb?
We didn't have any sacks, Salk. You didn't have any tackles for loss.
But they're the ones who's supposed to be able to get past all that and see all the little things that he's doing. Even I can recognize that stuff, and I'm not a little things guy when it comes to the NFL.
Oh, you're a little things guy. Let's be clear. You're kind of a little things guy.
With my hat?
Yes.
All right. The Trash Master. Just doing my thing. Brock, champion today. Sorry, Lyle. Sorry, Maura. Better luck next week.
All right.
That's going to do it for us today, unfortunately. DJ tomorrow, Daniel Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Nice.
New sponsor, too. My friends at Marquee Data.
Oh, really?
Whoa! Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, in fact, I think I even, let's see. Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's a big Marquee Data day.
Yes, it will be tomorrow.
They sent you a shirt? It looks like an old Atari shirt.
Got friends.
It's kind of nice.
You kind of like that?
I don't have any
friends.
friends. No, I don't have any friends.
I'll send it to you.
It would look great with this Trashmaster hat that I'm wearing right now. You guys can check it out on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Make sure you stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next. And Wyman and Bob, of course, after that. Until tomorrow, Brock, you know where the hay is?
It's in the barn,
That's
Salky.
exactly right. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt ductless heat pump system from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
The winless Jets could be starting a new quarterback in Week 8, but head coach Aaron Glenn isn't telling reporters anything yet. Tyrod Taylor replaced a struggling Justin Fields against the Panthers, but Glenn isn't committing yet to which quarterback will start Sunday against the Bengals. If Taylor's healthy, you'd assume it's him, though. That's also because of comments from Jets owner Woody Johnson, who criticized Justin Fields' play on Tuesday. Meanwhile, we already know one starting quarterback who will definitely be out. The Commanders are starting Marcus Mariota Monday against the Chiefs. Per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, Jaden Daniels is dealing with a low-grade hamstring strain.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the